A young man runs towards a huge red fire-breathing dragon, which attacks him with fire. Fireballs fly rapidly towards the young man. The young man suddenly pushes off the ground and jumps with a sword in his hand at the dragon. But then finally, a bright light bursts out from the dragon's chest, and the young man flies away from it, while the other warriors look on. He was finally able to kill the monster that had defied anyone for 3 years, and the hero for 3 months. Suddenly, the virtual reality glasses fall off the young man who defeated the dragon. It turns out that he was playing a video game on the computer. He falls out of his chair, knocking the keyboard off the table and to the side, next to the desk where the computer sits, and his face contorts in pain. He clutches his chest. The young man remembers that he once lived a normal life. Suddenly, he learned from the doctor that his life would not last longer than 3 years, as he had a heart condition, which made his chances of survival 0. The doctor said that as soon as the time came, the young man would die. After hearing this news, the young man quit his job and devoted himself to his hobby, a video game called Broken Balance Online. He spent a lot of time in the game, so he quickly became the best player, while the disease slowed down his reflexes. Thanks to the knowledge he gained during the game, the young man was finally able to defeat the boss that no one had been able to defeat, for 3 years. The young man bitterly realizes that he wants to live on, but he can't, because his illness is finally killing him. He says goodbye to the other players, thanks them for everything, and dies. He hopes to find happiness in the next life. The hero comes to consciousness and finds himself on some kind of bed in a bright, spacious room. Suddenly, he remembers his whole life up to the present time, how he was a very small child, how he grew up, communicated with other people, spent the days of his life. The young man is surprised that he remembered almost his entire life from another world up to the present moment, and realizes something very important. He remembers that he wished to find happiness in another life, and realizes that he was probably reincarnated in another world, but retained all his memories. The young man looks thoughtfully out the window of the building in which he woke up. The first thing he decides to do is think about the situation. Seeing his reflection in the window, he realizes that his name is now most likely Eldo. The rather large estate he finds himself in is his family's property. Eldo himself is the 4th son of a minor nobleman from the backwoods. The nobleman's family does not perceive Eldo as a person. The only family member who maintains contact with Eldo is the eldest brother and thus the child of the family, Raito, a handsome, fair-haired youth. The rest of the family perceives Eldo as an unwanted child, ignoring him and treating him with contempt. It turns out that there was a crop failure for 3 years in a row after Eldo was born, so the boy was nicknamed God of Plague, and many people disliked him. He doesn't like this story. Eldo realizes that he only lives in the manor because he has not yet reached adulthood, and that is why his parents have not thrown him out. However, the next day he will turn 15, and he will officially become an adult. In addition, he will have to go through a coming-of-age ceremony. Despite the fact that Eldo understood that after the ceremony he would be kicked out of the house, he did not despair. After all, he understood perfectly well that the world he found himself in was very similar to the world in the game Balance Broken Online / There are many similarities between the two worlds. For example, the game also had a coming-of-age ceremony. In addition, the game features magic, skills, and professions. Those who had a profession were divided into carpenters and builders, but some people got used to calling them magicians and swordsmen, based on the names in fantasy stories. Even the skills used by magicians and swordsmen were similar to those in the game. For example, swordsmen learned Whirlwind Strike first, and magicians learned Magic Ball. The skills in the world Eldo finds himself in work the same way as in the game he played in his past life. He learned this when his older brothers bragged about their abilities. Eldo notes that his current job is beginner. It is suitable for those who do not yet have a normal job. Eldo looks out the window with determination and understands that he needs to take some action, because even the newbies have skills. He confidently clenches his fist and says the phrase self-healing, testing what will happen next. A bright light appears in his hand, and Eldo is not surprised at all. He knows that self-healing is a low-level skill that can be learned by a person of any profession. Eldo concludes that since he was able to use the skill, The system in the world he found himself in is the same as the one in the game. However, there is one huge difference between the new world and the game world that Eldo immediately notices. The population in the new world has almost no understanding of magic or skills. For example, the self-healing skill that Eldo used is not very strong and can be used by anyone. But Eldo has not met anyone who has used the ability. Eldo recalls the girl healing the boy's knee wound with herbs. He was very surprised when she did not use either the healing skill or the skill to make medicine from the plant. Eldo realized that he would not hold on to the house of a minor nobleman. He had received a hidden blessing. He confidently decided that instead of trying to appropriate some part of the family property, he would leave home and become much stronger. Raito enters the room. Raito says that today is an important day for Eldo, his coming-of-age ceremony, and asks if he is prepared. Eldo turns to look at Raito. Unexpectedly for Raito, Eldo says that he does not intend to go through the coming-of-age ceremony, which greatly surprises him. Raito says that Eldo should not worry about the cost of the ceremony, even though neither his father nor other family members want to spend money on it. But Eldo replies that it is not about the cost. He adds that he simply doesn't want to go through the ceremony. In fact, Eldo realizes that there are two ways to get a profession. The first is to go through the coming-of-age ceremony, which means paying yourself to a priest on your 15th birthday. The first method, as far as Eldo knows, has an analog of the method of obtaining a profession in the game, and has a total drawback. The drawback is that you will not be able to choose a profession yourself, and after, you will never be able to change it. Many often get a low-performance profession. But there was a second way in the game. It was that you can get a profession in the church of the kingdom's capital. This church is the best in the kingdom, and you can get a high-level profession in it, unlike others. Eldo does not want to go through the coming-of-age ceremony and plans to leave the settlement before it begins. Raito is indignant and says that his father will not be happy with the choice. He asks if he really wants to remain a newbie for life. Eldo says that Raito shouldn't worry. He has his own thoughts on the matter and asks his older brother to pass the news of the ceremony being cancelled to their father. He notes that if he were to pass it on to their father himself, he wouldn't listen to him. Eldo looks at his brother with confidence, while Raito looks at Eldo with doubt. Raito gives in and says that he will tell his father about the cancellation of the coming-of-age ceremony. The next morning, screams are heard in the estate. Eldo sleepily opens his eyes and hears someone shouting at him to wake up. It turns out that his father himself has come to wake him up. His father was clearly in a bad mood. Eldo rises up in bed, amidst his father's angry shouts for him to wake up. He looks sleepy, as he has just woken up. Eldo remembers that the last time he spoke to his father was about 3 years ago. He realizes that he has forgotten his father's name. He only remembers something vaguely resembling Geldo. Eldo's thoughts are abruptly interrupted by his father throwing a bag right at the boy's face. But something stops the bag right in front of the hero's face. Thanks to his reflexes, Eldo manages to stop the bag with his hand. His father angrily shouts at the young man to keep his word. He orders Eldo to keep his word and says that by canceling the ceremony, the young man at least helped the family in some way. The father looks at Eldo's serious face with an evil grin and orders the young man to get out of the house as quickly as possible. Eldo endures his father's scolding with dignity and, saying goodbye to him, finally leaves the estate. Eldo looks sadly at what he has with him for the journey and notices that no one is seeing him off. All he has left is a rotten sword and 10,000 gil, which is the currency of the new world. 1 gil is worth 1 yen in his past life. As he leaves the estate, Eldo meets Raito, who asks him if he's really leaving. Eldo stops and says he has no business being in the manor. He says he wants to go to another city and become an adventurer. Raito puzzledly tries to match newbie with adventurer, hinting that it is impossible. Eldo doesn't pay attention to this. He replies that even a beginner can become a seeker if he can swing a sword skillfully. Raito doesn't understand why Eldo would leave the estate as a newbie to become a seeker when he could have done so by first getting a profession. Suddenly, Raito hands his brother a bag containing 100,000 gil. He tells Eldo to use it as he sees fit and find a source of income before it runs out. Eldo looks at Raito and realizes that he has a very good brother. Eldo refuses the money, saying that he appreciates it and believes that his own savings are enough. Raito accepts his brother's refusal and says that he will save the money in case Eldo needs it. Eldo thanks his brother, but says that he probably won't need the money. Eldo confidently leaves the estate, while Raito watches him go. The young man knows that many exciting and dangerous adventures await him ahead, but he is confident in the correctness of his choice. Eldo walks through the forest. On the way, he decides that he needs to go to a city where there is a guild, and sets his course for such a city. Since the Adventurers Guild is a national organization, it can help you find out the best way to get capital. This is a great chance for Eldo. Eldo realizes that the only weapon he has is a bad sword. He realizes that he better not meet demons now. Eldo notices a wolf sitting nearby in the forest. He tenses up, not ready to fight right now. Before Eldo knows it, an enraged wolf is already heading towards him. This wolf is one of the demons. The ability to detect enemies in newbies is minimal, so when a newbie detects an enemy, the enemy immediately detects him. Eldo looks at the wolf and does not know what to do right now. The wolf is a demon in the form of a wolf, as stated by Eldo. He is one of the weakest enemies in the game. Eldo understands that this is the first battle in the new world, so he must not let his guard down under any circumstances. Eldo, filled with determination, remembers holding a sword in the game in his past life, and remembers that the most important thing in battle is skill. The wolf rushes at Eldo, but the young man does not lose his nerve. The battle with the demon begins. Eldo understands that, having remembered everything that was in the game. It will not be difficult for him to win the battle. Eldo attacks the wolf with a clear knowledge that he can handle the demon. This adds confidence and strength to his actions. It turns out that if you hit your opponent at the right moment, the system will multiply the damage done several times. The same thing, as the hero remembers, was in the game. Having defeated the wolf, Eldo is finally convinced of his abilities. He is pleased with this, but believes that he still cannot relax. The young man understands that the system that existed in the game exists in the world he found himself in. All the techniques that the hero once used in the game will help him in his new life. Eldo understands that he will be able to find his place in the world he found himself in, namely, to rule it with his knowledge gained from the game. Eldo looks at the fallen wolf and thinks that in the battle his body moved too naturally, as if it were himself. The young man realizes that if he were to give 70% or more, he would be able to land multiple critical hits and be considered an experienced player. He assumes that this is because his skills and instincts from Broken Balance Online. Eldo decides to compare the systems of the new world and the game. He uses the gathering technique on the defeated demon. The essence of collecting is that a person extracts useful materials from the bodies of monsters to make equipment. Others often complained, saying that it was not worth examining the bodies of monsters, as it was disgusting. Such a system was absolutely useless. Due to the bad reputation of collecting, a new skill was created, auto-collecting to collect materials automatically. Eldo decides to try auto-collecting and approaches the wolf's body. He tries to activate the skill, but nothing happens. Eldo knows that if the skill worked, the wolf's body would disappear. The young man decides to make the final touch. Eldo uses the cleanse skill while holding the wolf fangs in his hand, and they become clean. He decides that this skill is quite useful. Eldo realizes that the new world he finds himself in is similar to the world of the game Broken Balance Online. But not quite. Eldo reaches a city called Ilia. The city is bustling with life. Merchants are everywhere. Eldo looks around the city. He sees many people hurrying about their business. Suddenly, a strange man calls out to him and asks if the young man is lost. Eldo replies that he is lost and asks where the guild is. The man looks at Eldo and sees that he has a sword and a bag of money. He makes a rude comment about Eldo being just another young aristocrat who wants to be an adventurer. The man remarks that Eldo's equipment is too bad, and for this, he will be thrown out of the guild as soon as he shows up. The man smirks and suggests that whoever gave Eldo such equipment must want him dead. Eldo says that they really did want him dead. The man replies that the boy must have had a hard time and offers him advice. The man advises Eldo not to speak so formally, because none of the adventurers speak like him. Eldo is surprised by this advice. The man explains that if any of the bandits hear his manner of speech in such conversation, they will immediately understand who the leader is. He explains that adventurers speak more simply to make it difficult to recognize the internal hierarchy in their groups. The man says that if adventurers hear someone talking like that, they will think that someone doesn't know the basics and will simply laugh at them. Eldo takes the advice and tries to change his manner of speech. The man agrees that it sounds much better. He points out the location of the guild and wishes Eldo luck. Eldo walks towards the guild and thinks that adventurers really don't talk formally, since none of them ever did. He remembers that they never spoke like that in front of their father or the feudal lord. Eldo reaches the guild and looks at it. He is completely confident in his plans and actions. Eldo enters the guild building and looks around. He walks forward down the corridor. On one of the walls, the young man notices a world map. He examines it and notices that the capital is on the neighboring continent on the other side of the sea. He understands that traveling to another continent is quite a tiring adventure, but not very far. His current goal is to go there. Eldo looks at the board with requests for guild members. Looking at the requests, Eldo deduces that they are divided by the types of monsters they are slaying, and with this information he can plan his journey. He sees a request to kill a wolf that is rated C, and is very surprised by it. It turns out that requests are divided into ranks from A to F. It turns out that the request to kill a wolf is the third most difficult. Eldo is surprised that a monster that can be killed with one critical hit by a beginner ranks so high. The hero understands that something is wrong. Eldo says he decided to check for F-rank requests, the rank that a wolf-killing request should be. He sees requests for a kicking rabbit, a biting rat, and a wild boar, which surprises him. Eldo sees requests for D ranks and lower monsters and realizes he's never seen them in the game Broken Balance Online. He notes that they look very weak. It turns out that he is not familiar with these monsters. The hero does not know whether the wolf he killed is equal in strength to the other monsters on the request board. While Eldo is thinking about selling the fangs of the wolf he killed to the guild, a cute blonde girl he doesn't know approaches him. She turns out to be the guild administrator. Her name is Teresa. She asks Eldo if he has anything he wants to sell. Eldo replies that he would like to sell the fangs of a monster, but is not sure what kind of monster it is. Teresa is surprised that Eldo does not know what kind of monster he killed, and concludes that he is probably a newbie. Teresa says that you can't fight an enemy without knowing him, because it can be life-threatening. Eldo replies that Teresa is right that he is a newbie, adding that he hasn't even had time to register yet. He hopes that he won't be denied the opportunity to sell the materials of the slain monster because of this. Teresa replies that he doesn't have to worry about that, and can sell the materials. She also clarifies that the liquidity of the goods depends on the monster, so there is no guarantee that Eldo will be able to sell the fangs. Eldo takes out his fangs, shows them to Teresa, and says that this is exactly what he would like to sell. Teresa, seeing the goods, is at first very surprised. But a second later, her surprise is replaced by indignation. She reproaches Eldo for lying and asks if he bought them somewhere. Teresa says that some unscrupulous people bring such fangs from other shops. The girl notes that selling such goods without a request from the guild will not count as an achievement for Eldo, and asks if he understands this. Eldo starts thinking about the monster he defeated. He remembers that the monster was called a wolf, I think. He thinks Teresa thought Eldo was trying to earn achievements easily, but he doesn't understand how killing such a low-level enemy can be considered an achievement. To stop Teresa from thinking that Eldo is a dishonest person, he says that he killed a monster just recently, and that this monster cannot be C ranks. To this, Teresa replies that the monster is indeed key ranks, because that is what the guild's bestiary says. Eldo says that this monster was probably much weaker than the others, but Teresa objects to him and says that the strength of monsters of the same level cannot differ greatly. She also points out that Eldo said that he killed a monster recently, but for some reason the fangs are completely clean. Eldo decides that he doesn't care about explaining who killed the monster, since his main goal is to earn some money. Eldo wonders how much money he can make from the fangs if he can still sell them. Teresa says that selling them won't count towards the achievement, but Eldo can still sell the fangs. She lists a price of 32,000 gil, due to the fangs being so clean. Teresa suddenly says that she can give 34,000 gil for the fangs, and asks Eldo what he thinks about this offer. The hero decides that it is a good amount. The young man says that everything is fine and he wants to sell them, and also wants to register with the guild. Teresa replies that there is nothing complicated about it. You just need to pass a small exam and pay an exam fee of 5,000 gil. Eldo says that in that case he's going to register right now. Teresa says that she'll arrange everything now and gives him 29,000 gil, which is the sum after the exam fee is deducted. Teresa asks Eldo if he has a profession. Eldo replies that he is a newbie. Teresa says that if Eldo fails the exam, there will be no compensation, and asks if he understands this. Eldo asks if the guild will reject his application, to which Teresa replies that other guilds might do that, but not theirs. The people in their guild believe that everyone should try, and if they fail, choose another career. They believe that it is for their own good. Eldo asks if the exam is supposed to be easy, to which Teresa replies that it is, but not for beginners. She hands Eldo a form and asks him to choose an option to take the exam. Teresa says that Eldo will be treated equally no matter which option he chooses. She also notes that all options require the use of unique job skills, adding that Eldo was unlikely to pass the exam with a novice job without skills. Eldo carefully considers all possible options and chooses an exam with the task of winning a one-on-one training fight against a swordsman examiner. The hero understands that this is a very unusual requirement, and it will not be very easy for him to win with the profession, skills, and low stats of a beginner over an experienced opponent. Eldo knows that his level hasn't moved from 1 yet, no matter how accustomed he is to fighting in broken balance online, because an experienced opponent is unlikely to be inferior to him in strength and abilities. On the other hand, Eldo realizes that losing won't cost him much, only 5,000 gil. He decides that he has to try. Eldo makes his final decision and shows Teresa the option he chose. The girl looks at it and explains that the exam will take place in the training area. Teresa asks Eldo to wait, and while he stands behind the guild administration desk, she goes somewhere. A little later, she apologizes for the wait and asks Eldo to go to the training room. Eldo enters the training room and meets a young, strong man there. The man looks at Eldo menacingly and asks if he is the newbie who wants to become an adventurer. Eldo, with a slight shadow of despair on his face, understands that he will definitely not be able to defeat the opponent. He asks the man to go easy on him. The man scoffs at Eldo's request and says that he is asking for forgiveness, but he cannot do anything easier. The man also adds that a newbie who becomes an adventurer can only die a meaningless death. The man confidently declares that it is his duty to prevent such a death. Eldo realizes that the man probably doesn't want the hero to take the exam. He knows that the examiner's skills are clearly better than his. Eldo notes that if he and the examiner cross swords even once, the hero won't last a second, and the man will easily defeat him. Eldo decides to take the exam anyway and give it his all, and asks that the examiner not cause him any serious injuries. The examiner says there is no need to worry, because he is a professional. The man says he will defeat Eldo without causing him serious harm. Eldo knows he shouldn't expect any leniency from the examiner. He asks if he should take one of the swords in the training arena. The examiner says he shouldn't. The man says that if Eldo has a sword that he is used to, then he can use his own weapon. Eldo warns that he only has a sharp sword with a real blade. The examiner replies that this is not a big deal, since Eldo will not be able to hit him even once. Eldo says he still wants to take the wooden sword and asks which one he can take. The examiner says it doesn't matter. Teresa watches silently. Eldo decides to take a wooden sword, as it is lighter. If you do not need to kill an enemy, then a wooden weapon will be very useful. Eldo chooses one wooden sword. The examiner asks if the hero has chosen his sword. Eldo replies that he has. The examiner stands in front of Eldo and says it's time to begin. Teresa warns that she will be the judge. The girl asks if the men are ready to fight. The examiner says he is ready. Eldo says he is ready to fight whenever. Teresa announces the start of the competition. The examiner advances on Eldo, while Eldo decides how to attack the examiner. The hero understands that the difference in strength is very large, and if there is a chance of winning, then it can only be used if the examiner uses a skill. Eldo knows that the swordsman's skill is much stronger than a normal attack, but using it, the swordsman will not be able to change the movement that has already begun. For example, Powerful Cut is an incredibly powerful attack, but it requires the skill to be used to the end in order to move forward. However, during the recovery period, the next half or 7/10 of a second, the user becomes vulnerable. Eldo understands that even if the examiner does not use his skills, he will not be able to do anything about his physical strength or skill. The examiner runs towards Eldo to attack him. Eldo realizes that the examiner wants to hit him from above and decides to try to parry the blow, and realizes that if he tries to parry the blow, he will certainly lose. However, Eldo also decides that if a man attacks him from above, he can dodge it by just moving slightly. The examiner calls the skill Defense Crush and attacks Eldo. The hero hears this and remembers the skill. He understands that this ability is only used when it is necessary to break through the enemy's defense in defense. Eldo admires the examiner's bold move. After all, while he attacks the hero from such a position, he himself can easily be wounded by starting a counterattack. The hero dodges the examiner's attack without any difficulty. Suddenly, the hero realizes that the examiner is helping him by giving in. Eldo decides that this time the man has deliberately opened himself up for attack. The young man understands that if he cannot deliver a decisive critical blow while the enemy has his back turned to him, he will definitely fail the test, and decides to act. Without wasting a minute, Eldo delivers a decisive critical blow to the examiner from behind, and he flies back several meters. The hero disarms the man. Teresa, watching this action, is indescribably delighted. The examiner ends up lying on the ground after being thrown several meters by Eldo's blow. She ends the competition and says, "That's enough." Eldo understands and is a little surprised that he passed the exam. He mentally thanks the instructor who did not act harshly towards the hero. The examiner, in shock, asks again how he could fly away from a blow from a beginner who doesn't even have any skills. Eldo is sincerely happy and grateful for the instructor's behavior, as he believes that he was deliberately giving in to him in order to help. The hero thinks what a really good person this instructor is. He extends a helping hand to him with genuine gratitude in his eyes. Eldo looks at the instructor and asks if he passed the test. The examiner looks genuinely surprised, replies that the hero passed the test, and adds that he is not very happy about it. He asks where Eldo learned to fight like that, being only a beginner. Eldo calmly replies that he is self-taught, and to himself he admits that he simply cannot say that he acquired all the skills and abilities to fight by playing games called Broken Balance online. He remembers that when he played the game in his previous life, he spent a lot of time in it, and he never got tired of swinging in his sword. In addition, battles could not harm the hero in any way. Eldo remembers how he could discuss the effectiveness of this or that battle technique with his friends for hours on end. But the hero replies that the instructor is fundamentally wrong. He adds that he was able to defeat the man only because he did not give it his all during the battle, and adds that if the instructor had been serious, he would have easily defeated Eldo. The examiner, slightly shocked and surprised, asks how he could not have given his all during the battle. Eldo says that the instructor's help was very clear. He deliberately used the skill Defense Crushing to give the hero a chance. The instructor, with eyes full of incomprehension and obvious irritation at the hero's remark, asks how Eldo can even say such things. The hero still doesn't understand that the examiner wasn't pretending for a second. Eldo thinks again what a good person this instructor is, who even after the battle continues to pretend to be a weaker opponent. Teresa, in a good mood and clearly delighted, happily congratulates Eldo on successfully passing the exam. She claps her hands and says that from today on, the hero is a full member of the guild. Teresa hands him a card with information and explains that the card confirms that Eldo is one of the guild members. The hero thanks Teresa and takes the card. Eldo looks at the card and sees his name on it. In addition, he also notices the rank that is written next to his name. The inscription on the card says that he is an F rank. Teresa asks if Eldo would like a brief introduction to the guild. She adds that it is not required for membership, but she recommends it. Eldo replies that he would be happy to listen to a short introductory course. Teresa suggests starting with the most important part, the obligations of an adventurer. The rules include not filing false reports, not disclosing clients' personal information, and following the laws of the country the scammer works for. She adds that these are the most important points. Eldo asks what will happen if he breaks one of the rules. Teresa replies that it depends on the rule that was broken. She explains that punishments can range from suspension of an adventurer's card to expulsion from the guild. If someone breaks the law, they will have to answer to the authorities. The girl sternly remarks that in the worst case, the punishment could be the death penalty. Eldo understands that this is quite a severe punishment. He anxiously asks if Teresa has conveyed all of her demands to him. The hero wonders if he will need to, for example, provide emergency assistance if necessary. He remembers that in the game there were emergency requests that could not be rejected. He understands that if they exist in this world, then joining a guild may be a problem. Teresa replies that the guild does not force its members to accept any requests, including emergency ones. The only mandatory requirements are the 3 she named. Eldo says he understands everything and asks Teresa to continue the briefing. The girl says that she will now introduce him to the time limits and penalties for completing contracts. She explains that a request is given a certain amount of time to complete, and if it is not completed within that time, the task will be considered failed. The penalty is the amount that must be paid for the failed task. Teresa says that urgent tasks have a large penalty. Eldo asks what will happen if he manages to fulfill the request in time but does not manage to report it. Teresa replies that the deadlines for completing the request are made taking into account the time required for the report, which is calculated depending on the location of the request. She asks that you do not forget about this under any circumstances. Otherwise, the task will be considered unfulfilled. The girl says that the briefing is over and hands Eldo a copy of the introductory course. She asks if the hero has any questions, and if so, let him ask them. Eldo looks at the paper carefully and sees that everything is in order. The hero decides to gather some more information and asks if the guild has a bestiary or fencing manuals. Teresa replies that they are in the library and she will bring them later. She warns that they cannot be taken out of the building. So if such a need arises, the book must be purchased. Eldo asks to bring a bestiary and a manual on hand-to-hand combat. Teresa listens carefully and clarifies what kind of popular books the hero needs. She explains that if Eldo wants to go on adventures, then a book called Monsters of the Outskirts of Ilya would be suitable for him. The girl gives the hero the book, for which he thanks her. He notes that the book is very thin, to which Teresa replies that adventurers are not particularly interested in books, so few write them in sufficient volume. Eldo decides to start with the bestiary. He looks closely at the monsters in the bestiary and sees a kicking rabbit, a biting rat, and a sand mole on the pages. He realizes that the F monsters section is full of monsters that Eldo has never seen before. He realizes that he is also unfamiliar with some of the E and D rank monsters. Suddenly, the hero notices something on the pages of the book. It turns out that Eldo was looking at Sea Crank's monsters, which included the wolf, scorpion, and vampire bat. Eldo asks if these are low-level monsters. The hero is very surprised that they have been given such a high rank. It seems to him that this is some kind of joke. He looks at a picture of a wolf and the caption Angry Wolf and the B rank written next to it. It turns out that in Broken Balance Online, after killing such monsters, the user simply ceased to be a newbie. Eldo's face shows genuine surprise. He doesn't understand why the guild members only deal with A-rank monsters. Eldo decides to check what monsters make up the A-rank list. The pages with A-rank monsters are completely empty. The hero, to his relief, does not find a single creature there. Therefore, there is not a single A-rank monster around. Eldo decides to study another book, Adventurer's Combat Handbook, from 0 to advanced level. He decides to look at the combat manual. He opens the first page, the elementary level, and sees instructions on how to maintain weapons and collect trophies from monsters. He realizes that he already knows how to do this. Next, the hero opens the initial level, where it is written about how to use weapons, how to use magic available to each class, and also describes reconnaissance. It turns out that Eldo is familiar with these rules, so he decides to skip the chapter. The middle level of the book covers timing of skills, using dungeons, and positioning a lone enemy. Eldo was also familiar with this a long time ago, so he thinks he's still reading the beginning level. The hero opens an advanced level, which is about positioning against multiple opponents, about human attacks. Eldo thinks he is reading the initial level, when suddenly he notices that he is already at an advanced level. He exclaims that such information cannot be equated to advanced level knowledge, but he is more interested in where the information about one-on-one battles is located, as well as predicting the enemy's moves. Suddenly, Eldo notices information titled Miraculous Strike, which states that when someone fights, sometimes their weapon will deal multiple damage, a phenomenon called Miraculous Strike. There have been many attempts to recreate it, but none have been successful. It turns out that according to one theory, the strongest adventurer, Gillart, only had a 20% chance of performing such attacks. Eldo is terribly surprised that the strongest man in the world has only a 20% chance of a critical attack. The hero concludes that Gillart is the only person in this world who is no longer a rookie. The hero is in shock and cannot believe that people in the new world are not capable of causing critical damage. It turns out that to make a critical hit, you just need to relax your hand when the weapon in it touches the enemy. In this way, you can constantly knock out critical hits. Eldo thinks that if a person doesn't know how the critical hit mechanism works, then a 20% chance is not a bad result. But if the villagers don't even know such simple things, then they know absolutely nothing. The hero decides that this is only because the new world has no culture of passing on advanced knowledge through books. Eldo understands why adventurers do not read books, and decides that he himself cannot fully trust the bestiary. Teresa asks if the book helped Eldo. The hero decides to lie, that it helped instead of saying that the book is too simple and useless. Eldo tells Teresa that he wants to get to the capital and asks Teresa how to do it. The girl is very surprised by this question. Eldo asks why, and Teresa replies that the ferry seats are mostly reserved for guild and government members. There are seats for everyone else, the cheapest of which cost 3 million gil. Eldo asks if there are other ways, to which Teresa replies that there are. For example, the hero can get hired by a large trading company, become part of a large noble family with connections in the capital, or get a high-ranking job in a guild. The girl considers it necessary to point out that Eldo can simply swim across the sea, but he refuses, saying that it is better to save up 3 million gil. The hero figures that the coastal city of Minitan is not that far away, but since he is not familiar with monsters, he decides to stay in the city of Elia for a while, to learn how to fight other monsters and earn some money. Eldo says he would like to take the request and asks if the guild has anything for newbies. Teresa shows him the request and asks if the hero will take it, to which he replies that he will definitely take it. Teresa hands him a piece of paper with a request for the extermination of lower E-rank wolves, and says that she recommends this particular task. Eldo asks if he can take E-level requests while being an F-level request. The girl says that the request has no clear requirements or restrictions on this matter, so there will be no problem with this question. Eldo sees that the payment of 4,000 gil for such a task is very good for such a rank. He asks why such a request is paid so much. Teresa happily states that the query has such a high price because it is difficult to execute. This query is almost a D-ranks query. Eldo's enthusiasm fades and he declines the request. To Teresa's surprise, he asks for a regular F-rank request. The hero explains that he is in no hurry and does not want to take on tasks much higher than his own level. Teresa reminds Eldo that he defeated the instructor, and therefore killing such low-ranking monsters would be a waste of time for him. The hero replies that he only won because the instructor did not fight at full strength, and he was able to land a miraculous blow. Teresa interrupts Eldo and says that the instructor simply couldn't give in, since his job is to knock down newbies. Hearing the phrase about a miraculous blow, Teresa is very surprised. Eldo confirms his words about the miraculous strike, and adds that without this technique he would not have been able to defeat the examiner. The girl exclaims that if the hero used the miraculous strike, then he is no longer a beginner, but an expert. Eldo was surprised by such words. He understands that the blow can be knocked out by accident, despite the existence of a special technique. Teresa quickly finds another task for the hero and happily tells him about it. The girl, beaming with joy, shows him a request to kill a sea-crank monster. Eldo is not happy with this turn of events. Eldo thinks that Teresa wants him dead. The hero decides to choose his own task and tells the girl about it. Eldo takes down a request from the request board asking for the extermination of boxer rabbits. The fee is 1,500 gil for each. He thinks this job would be perfect for him. Charlotte gets excited about an idea and says she agrees. If Eldo wants this task, he will get it. The hero is still in the guild building. Teresa hands him a quest sheet and tells him that his request has been processed. She tells him that he only needs to deal with the rabbits in Elia's second forest. So Eldo is safe. Suddenly, Teresa looks at the thoughtful hero and says that there is no such thing as too much caution, so he should be prepared for anything. Eldo is pleased that Teresa gave him a normal task. He believes that the girl can do something when she wants. The hero asks how to get to the right place. Teresa explains the way. Eldo leaves the guild building and, full of determination, goes to fulfill the request. On the way to the mission site, Eldo meets the instructor, who greets him, calling the hero the strongest man. The man asks if Eldo is going to carry out the mission. The hero denies the fact that he is the strongest, and then also adds that he really took the request to exterminate the monster rabbits in the second forest of Elia. The instructor is very surprised by what the young man chose as his assignment. Eldo confirms his words, then adds that the administrator said that there are no other monsters in the forest, so it is safe, and she recommended a high-level quest to Eldo. But he did not take it and asked for another easier one. The examiner exhales heavily and says that he understands everything. He turns around, wishes Eldo luck, waving his hand, and leaves. The hero says goodbye and says he'll try. He takes another step towards his goal. Eldo believes that for newcomers, rabbits are dangerous enemies that should never be underestimated. The hero goes further into the second forest of Elia and examines the area. He is absolutely sure that he has finally reached it. Suddenly, Eldo notices a sharp movement in the bushes in front of him and becomes wary. The hero wonders if this is really a boxer rabbit. He feels that something is wrong, as the rabbit looks suspiciously like a wolf, or, more precisely, a lower wolf. While the wolf, like Eldo, is deciding what to do next, a whole pack of such lower wolves emerges from behind the bushes. One wolf from the pack growls, bares its teeth, and lunges at Eldo with all its might. The hero tenses up and realizes that he was right. The monsters really were lower wolves. Eldo manages to get angry at Teresa, calling her a damn secretary for saying that the request was safe in order to send the hero on the mission to exterminate the lesser wolves that she recommended to him. The young man bitterly realizes that he realized this too late, and he no longer has time to run back. The hero decides to use a special tactic while the wolf is flying at him. First, he wants to pretend that he is ready for absolutely any attack, and then he is going to suddenly dodge the sharp fangs of the monster. The wolf clearly doesn't expect such actions, so he misses. Eldo brings his sword down on the monster's back with a whistle and cuts it in two with an unpleasant sound. Other wolves, watching what is happening, also decide to attack the hero. One of them, with a roar, attacks the young man, but he manages to react and, with a loud cry of -2, kills the monster. Eldo gains confidence in himself and his actions. He remembers the universal rule. When fighting a group of opponents, you need to break up one big battle into many small one-on-one battles. He notices that the wolves are now out of formation, and so they need to regroup. The hero begins to attack the wolves in the pack with fury and speed. He gets to the last monster and gets rid of it with another skillful attack. Suddenly, Eldo feels something strange. He looks at himself and is delighted to realize that his body seems to have become lighter. He concludes that this feeling may be the result of an increase in level. The hero admits to himself that he doesn't know if there is a level system in the new world, and decides to check it out. He picks up a rock and uses the skill Powered Rock Throw, swinging it and throwing it with all his might into a nearby tree. The stone leaves a huge damage in the plant, a deep, jagged hole. Eldo realizes that if he can now use the skills of a second-level beginner, then he has definitely improved his own. Pleased with his success, the hero decides to return to the city. He thinks that in one day he not only registered in the guild, but also increased his level, which is a good result. In addition, Eldo realizes that he desperately wants to return to the guild and tell Teresa everything he thinks about her. Eldo returns to the guild building, bringing the wolf carcasses with him. He shows the wolves to Teresa with a displeased expression, asking if they look like rabbits. Teresa makes a very surprised face and says that there is no way that there could be lower wolves in the forest of kicking rabbits. Eldo asks what the girl means by this forest, adding that it is the first time she has heard of it. Teresa is surprised by the statement. She says that she definitely directed the hero to the forest of kicking rabbits. She says that if Eldo was fighting the lower wolves, then he probably wandered into Ilia's second forest by mistake. The hero clearly understands that Teresa decided to pretend to be a fool. He decides not to argue with the girl and says that he really did wander into Ilia's second forest by mistake. Instead, he decides to trick Teresa and says that since he failed to complete the task, it should be cancelled. The girl looks guilty and begins her emotional attempt to justify herself. She calls herself a bungler, says that she accidentally gave Eldo the task of killing the lower wolves, and asks if he managed to do it. The hero, not without anger in his eyes, replies that he destroyed all 6 monsters and is very angry at Teresa because of this. The girl happily explains that the price for killing one such monster is 20,000 gil, so the payment for 6 would be 120,000 gil. Eldo, seeing the money, feels satisfied. Teresa adds that the boy would only receive 9,000 gil for killing the rabbits, so Eldo forgives the girl. Teresa is pleased that Eldo is no longer angry with her. Eldo decides that the girl is a wonderful person, since she specifically gave him such a profitable task to help him, and he is very grateful to her for this. Eldo, full of enthusiasm, asks if there will be a request to kill wolves the next day as well. An inspired Teresa replies that of course there will be. The next day, Eldo enters a weapon shop. He is met by a strong, serious man who asks what the hero is looking for. Eldo simply replies that he is looking for an ordinary sword for himself. He thinks to himself that a good weapon is essential to successfully complete a mission. He understands that he needs a strong blade that will compensate for his shortcomings in the future. Eldo examines all the blades and realizes that they are not good enough. He asks your shop assistant if there are any better blades available. The man says that there is one expensive but good sword. Eldo asks if he can try it, to which he agrees. The hero takes the blade in his hands and realizes that he likes it. The young man decides to take this particular sword. Pleased with his purchase, Eldo is glad that he won't have to worry about the sword breaking during battle. He heads to the guild with the clear understanding that he has no more money and needs to earn a little extra money. Upon entering, he immediately approaches Teresa and asks if there are any quests in the guild today to kill lower wolves. The girl happily replies that there are, and there are still 32 wolves left to kill before the kill limit. With genuine surprise on his face, Eldo asks what the kill limit is. Teresa explains that the kill limit is the number of monsters killed that will pay for it. She also adds that you can kill as many as you want. You just won't get paid for everything. Eldo concludes that there is no point in killing more monsters than necessary. He says that he wants to take on not only the wolves killing mission, but also another one. Teresa is very surprised by this and reminds him that there are 32 monsters to kill. Eldo calmly states that this task will take no more than 2 hours. He adds that he does not want to return to the guild several times, as it is useless, and therefore he will immediately take another request. The girl is genuinely surprised by Eldo's statement that killing 32 wolves will take only 2 hours. The hero thinks that if he needs a task that needs to be completed regularly, then perhaps his strength is at the E rank level. He picks up a piece of paper with a request to kill 546 spear mice for 4,000 gil each. Eldo was pleased to find that this assignment suits him and tells Teresa so. The girl replies that killing spear mice is the perfect task for Eldo, and in a good mood sends him on the mission. Eldo quickly fulfills the request to exterminate the lesser wolves. He confidently says that he is going to carry out the task of killing the spear mice. The hero reaches another dense forest. In the forest, he sees a large number of trees, a small stream, and a bridge across it. Eldo tries to understand whether he really reached the right place. He notices that the place is slightly different from the one Teresa described. He also remembers that the girl said that the forest looked magnificent. He also sees that in addition to white fur, black eyes, and a carved horn, the mouse also has a long, light tail, 2 protruding white front teeth, and sharp claws. She sits, motionless. Eldo decides that the creature sitting in front of him must be a spear mouse, as it has a sharp horn on its head. The hero believes that he has entered the territory of these monsters. Eldo decides to kill the mouse sitting in front of him first. Suddenly, the creature starts to squeak disgustingly, long and loudly, probably calling other mice like it. Eldo clearly does not expect such a turn of events, so he is very surprised by both the mouse's actions and the sound it makes so unexpectedly. The mouse screams so loudly that the hero begins to turn around, expecting an attack by a horde of other such creatures. From all around Eldo, other mice begin to respond to the first one's squeak no less loudly and disgustingly. The hero exclaims that the creature must have called its relatives, which he is very unhappy about. The noise around Eldo becomes unbearable. The squeak is so loud that the hero cannot even tell whether there are 10 mice or 20 around him. He decides that he must destroy as many mice as he can before the rest of the pack arrives. Eldo lunges and flies at the squeaking mouse with an attack. He swings his arm and takes its life with one swing of his hand. He looks at the body of the monster cut in half and understands that mice are very weak individually, and killing them one by one is very easy. Eldo looks at the hordes of mice in the grass that are getting closer and closer to him and realizes that this battle is one of the hardest he has ever fought. He is ready to fight. The hero understands that in this battle, he will compensate for his characteristics with only one skill, which is very bad. He realizes that he will still miss some blow due to the huge number of enemies. He grips his sword tightly and prepares to attack with determination. The mice rush to attack Eldo. Their advantage is that they are numerous, small, and very fast, while Eldo is completely alone. Several mice jump on him to hurt him, but he does not lose heart, and with all his might cuts the creatures in half with one blow of his sword. Suddenly, the horn of one spear mouse twists around its axis. One of the monsters in the pack, its horn twisting, jumps past Eldo's shoulder and hits him, injuring him. He quickly screams in unexpected but bearable pain, while the mice are still nearby and preparing to attack. Eldo realizes that the pain is not that bad, and that the mice can only be defeated in this way. The monsters continue to attack, and Eldo decides that despite the number of enemies, he can use several other skills. For example, he can continue the successful destruction of mice by killing 3 at once with one movement of his hand, which the hero does, causing the creatures to squeal and then die. He successfully dodges the attacks of the monsters, but some still hit him. The hero remembers that one of the most important points in such a battle is not to forget about the self-healing skill. He clenches his fist and thinks that the time to restore strength decides a lot in the battle, so a beginner cannot use mana in vain. Eldo decides to act calmly and decisively, no matter what, without rushing and weighing your actions. The young man is absolutely confident that he will defeat all his enemies no matter what, and then he will definitely heal himself in order to continue fighting in the same spirit. The girl standing behind the counter sees a huge pile of peeled horns in front of her, and after Eldo tells her how many monsters he has exterminated, she repeats it in admiration. 276. It seems that her surprise cannot be expressed in words. Eldo is once again convinced that Teresa is shamelessly playing dumb in front of him. He remembers how the girl gave the request to the hero with a clear comment that this task would be perfect for him, which turned out to be absolutely untrue. Eldo tells the story of his encounter with the mice. He says that he found one and then it called its kin. The hero asks if it should be like this, to which Teresa replies that it never happens. The hero wonders if since the mice gather in packs to attack, shouldn't they then be considered E rank? To which Teresa replies that these spear mice certainly gather in groups, but not in such large ones. Suddenly, Teresa has a clear understanding of what happened to Eldo. She says that such horns do not belong to spear mice, but rather to combat spear mice. Eldo asks if it's a different monster, to which the girl quickly replies that normal spear mice are E rank, while combat mice are C rank. The hero wonders thoughtfully if he failed the task. Teresa, in turn, says that this is the last thing worth worrying about. She adds that going alone against an army of such monsters means going to certain death, and asks if he knew about it. Eldo replies that now that he has dealt with the mice, there is no point in worrying about such things, and asks if Teresa can change his task. The girl confidently states that the request cannot be changed under any circumstances. Eldo, hearing this, becomes disheartened, a little surprised and even upset. Teresa hastens to say that there is no need to be sad about this prematurely, since the horns of the spearman's war mice can be sold for very good money. The hero asks how much the horns can be sold for, and Teresa happily says that one item costs 20,000 gil, since the monsters are sea cranks. Eldo enthusiastically says that he wants to sell everything, and Teresa rushes to help him with this. The girl hands Eldo bags with a huge amount of money inside. The hero looks at the coins he has earned with admiration. After that, he takes one coin out of the bag and examines it carefully. The young man sees that the coins are platinum, and then remembers that one such coin is equal to 1 million gold. Teresa says that she has not paid with platinum coins for a long time. The girl also warns Eldo not to walk around the city with platinum coins on display, as this may attract thieves. Eldo is genuinely surprised that there are thieves in the city, as he has never met any before. Teresa confirms that Ilya is relatively safe, but also adds that if Eldo is suddenly attacked, he must be prepared to resist the thieves. The girl asks if the hero is going to go to the capital, since he has already saved enough money for the trip. Eldo says that she is right in her guess, and he wants to leave as soon as he can. Teresa confesses her sadness that the hero will no longer be in Ilya. She adds that the city has not seen such a strong adventurer as Eldo for a long time. The young man confidently replies that he will definitely return if he ever wants to do so. The girl asks why the hero is going to the capital. Eldo briefly replies that he has business there that will help him advance as an adventurer. Eldo turns to leave and says goodbye to Teresa. He takes a few steps when the girl calls out to him, jumps up from her place at the counter and runs closer. Teresa says she has something to tell him. She bows sharply and apologizes guiltily for lying about the boxer rabbits. Eldo looks at her and actively tries to remember something. To Teresa's surprise, he says that there is nothing terrible about it, and he has long forgotten about it. Then the hero adds that she should not do this to other people. Eldo says with a smile that the other adventurers might get really mad at Teresa for spreading misinformation. Teresa smiles joyfully and gratefully at the hero and says that she understands everything. Eldo confidently says goodbye to Teresa, the instructor, and the city of Elia too. He leaves the city and now heads for the port city. Eldo arrives in the port city of Manhattan. Where life is in full swing, there are many merchants trying to sell their goods for as much as possible. Residents who have long been accustomed to such a hectic life and many other people busy with their own affairs. He approaches one of the guards stationed along the streets of Manhattan and asks where he can buy a ferry ticket to get to the capital. He replies that such a ticket can be easily purchased at the Maxia trading house, but it is expensive. Eldo says that he heard that the ticket costs about 2 million gil. The guard says that everything is correct, and that is the price. The hero thanks the man and says that he will go get a ticket for the ferry. He finally reaches the Maxia trading house and sees that the building is of enormous dimensions. Eldo sees a ticket office where they sell tickets for the ferry to the capital and approaches it. An old man with glasses is sitting at the ticket office. The hero says that he would like to get on the ferry. The man asks if the hero has a letter of recommendation, to which he replies that he does not. The seller says that the price in that case will be the usual, 2 million gil. He asks if Eldo has that amount. The hero takes out 3 platinum coins, hands them to the seller and asks if that is enough, to which he says that it is quite enough. The man asks if Eldo is a famous adventurer, to which the hero replies that he is just an ordinary, unknown adventurer. The cashier asks where the young man would like to go. Eldo replies that he would like to get to the capital. The cashier says that the nearest ship leaves in 30 minutes, and asks if Eldo is happy with this option. The hero says that it is. The hero sees a huge and luxurious sailing ship arriving at the port of the city of Manhattan. Eldo boards the ship and looks at it from the deck. He thinks about the time it takes the sailboat to reach the capital, namely, 3 hours. Suddenly, a loud signal sounds throughout the entire ship. Eldo deduces that the sound belongs to a relic called the Water Traveling Stone, which can be used to control a ship. The hero looks down and sees 2 girls on the lower deck. One of them says sullenly that she lost at something again. The other one tells her that they both must have been in too much of a hurry, to which the first one says that she did everything exactly as it was written on the instructions. Eldo sees objects and materials laid out on the table in front of the girls: berries, roots, plants, dry twigs, and understands that the girls are brewing a potion. He guesses what kind of potion they are brewing and says its name out loud: Pale Green Spirit Potion. One of the girls hears this and turns her head towards him. She asks sharply what he just said, calling him an adventurer. Eldo repeats the name of the potion again, but louder, and seeing the surprised faces of the girls, asks if he was mistaken. The girls, still hoping to brew the potion successfully, ask if he knows how to prepare it. The girl in the white dress asks if Eldo knows how to brew the potion, to which he replies that he has memorized the recipe and can easily help them prepare what they need. The girl is genuinely surprised by this, but at the same time, she's happy. She asks Eldo to help her brew the potion and says that she is ready to pay any price the young man names for help. The hero thinks she should have chosen her words more carefully and asks for a price of 10 million gil. The girl who asked expressed genuine surprise on her face, and she asked if everything was limited to this amount, which, apparently, did not seem large to her at all. Eldo is very surprised that such a small price seems small to her, and has no idea how much money the stranger actually has. He says that 10 million gil will be enough. The hero spends only 10 minutes preparing the potion and informs the girls that he has finished preparing it. The face of the girl who asked the hero for help expresses genuine happiness and satisfaction. She joyfully says that she finally has the potion. Another girl, who turns out to be the first one's maid, happily addresses her as Ms. Mina. Eldo is glad that he was able to prepare the potion without any problems, but he is also curious about the girl who asked him to do this, and who she is. The hero finds a mistake in Mina's recipe. Her potion was missing only a leaf of the holy tree, which is a high-class item. Mina happily turns to Eldo and says she doesn't know how to thank him. She gives him the money for his help as promised, 10 million gil. The hero counts the money and notices something is wrong. There is much more of it. He asks why she gave him so much, to which the girl replies that he is wrong since he made enough potion for 2 bottles. She adds that she could actually give more, but then asks to take a card with some kind of coat of arms instead of money. Eldo examines the card and asks what it is. The girl replies that this card is a token of gratitude from the Maxia company, which confirms its trust. If you show it in the capital or in stores, it'll assure others that the owner of the card can be trusted. Eldo asks if the girl is sure that she can give something so important to the first person she meets. She replies that of course it is possible, since she heard his voice. She says that one must be able to understand at least such things in order to hold the position of the company's chairman. Eldo is genuinely surprised to learn that Mina is the chairman of the company. She decides to introduce herself, and it turns out that her name is Mina Maxia, and she is the chairwoman of the Maxia company, which is in charge of managing the ship. The hero is surprised, but on the other hand, he understands that he has just made a perfect deal. Eldo says that he never expected to receive recognition from the company chairman and is very grateful for it. Mina replies that she should thank Eldo, since he helped her get the medicine she needed. Mina asks the hero's name, and he tells her. The girl wishes Eldo a pleasant journey and adds that she will look forward to the next time they meet. The hero bids her farewell and return. Suddenly, Eldo calls out to Mina and, pointing to the water, asks if there is anything in it. Mina does not immediately understand what is going on. The hero looks at the water and realizes that something is approaching the ship. It quickly swims closer. Mina, fussing, says that the ship was built to withstand monster attacks, so it will be able to withstand it. But just in case, she suggests checking what is happening. The girl sends a sailor to see who is approaching the ship. The sailor looks closely through the telescope and, noticing something terrible in the water, becomes very frightened. It turns out that a huge sea dragon is rushing towards the ship at high speed, and it is clearly not in a friendly mood. The sailor screams in horror that the monster is swimming straight towards the ship, to which Mina replies that this simply cannot be, since such dragons do not live in the waters through which they are traveling. These creatures live 500 kilometers from this part of the reservoir. Eldo recalls that the sea dragon is a creature that is slightly stronger than the lower sea crank wolves, and it fights using harpoon-like limbs. The hero understands that if a newbie like him gets hit by such a creature, he will die immediately. Eldo asks if the ship's passengers will be safe, but Mina fearfully replies that the ship is not designed to withstand such monsters. Mina frantically orders everyone who can fight to gather, and the rest to be taken below decks. After carefully observing the monster's actions, Eldo concludes that the creature wants to attack the mast. Mina says in fear that nothing can be done about it, since by destroying the mast they will lose the water-traveling stones and therefore will not be able to reach the capital. The hero understands that there is only one way out of this situation: to destroy the dragon. Eldo looks at the crowd of people who can fight and therefore have come out on deck. He loudly asks them who can attack at long range. Several volunteers from the front row raise their hands: 2 boys, 1 man, and 2 girls. Eldo looks at them carefully: 3 mages and 2 archers. He concludes that this is a good selection. There is just one problem. He asks volunteers who is able to protect the mast. Mina interrupts Eldo and says that no one is ready, as the ship is being attacked by a rank A monster. She also adds that no one has ever been able to defeat such a creature before. Eldo realizes he has no choice. He exhales heavily and confidently says he will do it himself. The hero jumps sharply onto the railing located along the edges of the deck and looks at the dragon approaching the sea. Suddenly he turns to the crowd and shouts for them to start attacking. The people who volunteered to help begin to shoot at the dragon, some with magic, some with arrows. The monster, having taken such a blow, dives deeper into the water. The crowd thinks that this should be the end of the battle. But the monster resurfaces and continues to move rapidly towards the ship to attack. The people on the ship scream in fear and are surprised that their attack did not work and did not help stop the monster. Eldo sees numerous injuries on the dragon's body which, it would seem, do not hinder him in the least from continuing to move. The hero confidently declares that they are wrong, and the attack was successful. The main thing is to continue to strike. The people listen to him and continue the shelling in the same spirit. Eldo realizes that if they continue to advance, they will definitely lure the dragon up. There is no problem with that. Having finally approached the ship, the monster suddenly dives under the water and, waving its tail, finally disappears under it and the ship. The dragon emerges from under the water right in front of the hero, and he understands that this is his chance to kill the monster. The monster's actions are difficult to predict, but Eldo copes with it. The dragon emerges from under the water right in front of his face, and while the rest of the crew and travelers are frightened by such an appearance of the monster, Eldo already knows what to do. Harpoon-like limb out from under the water and appears to be about to attack the mast. Eldo draws his sword from its sheath and confidently prepares to strike back. The young man hopes that the moment of the dragon's attack will coincide with its critical hit. The hero, without wasting a minute, pushes off from the railing, flies up to the dragon's limb, and deals a critical blow. The dragon, taking such a blow, roars furiously, while Eldo's face distorts with fear. The young man pushes the sword away from himself, and with it the monster's limb, so that he is forced to lower it back into the water. The ship's guests, as well as its entire crew, are shocked, watching Eldo's actions. The young man understands that with such a fighting technique, even a beginner can withstand the monster's blows. The people on the ship are still sighing in surprise about who this adventurer is and how he managed to repel the sea dragon's attack with a sword. And I am very curious about who Eldo really is. Eldo thinks with displeasure that while the people on the ship are worried, he is risking his life for them. He understands that with such critical attacks, he will be able to repel the monster's attacks. In addition, the monster's attacks are very easy to predict. Mina calls out to the crowd and orders them to continue fighting to help Eldo. The people come to their senses and continue their numerous attacks. The dragon takes one blow after another, which of course hurts him very badly. He becomes even more furious and takes both sharp limbs out from under the water to deliver more powerful blows. From the expression on Eldo's face, it is clear that he has long anticipated this move and is not afraid of anything. The hero confidently parried one limb, when suddenly, very inopportunely, the dragon launched the second one, taking the hero by surprise. It seemed to Eldo that it was impossible to parry the blows of two limbs at once, and he barely managed it. The dragon hits the mast behind Eldo and along with it the water-traveling stone. Fortunately, nothing breaks. The hero turns around and realizes that it was close. He understands that if he suddenly misses the angle in time, he will not be able to strike successfully, so he cannot be distracted by anything. But Eldo also knows that he doesn't need to calculate every attack, since the main thing is to pull out the water-traveling stone before the mast collapses. The dragon continues to cause numerous damage to the ship, while the people on the ship continuously attack the monster. Eldo sees that it will soon be possible to deliver the decisive blow and prepares for it. Suddenly, something happens to the dragon that neither Eldo nor the crowd understands, which makes everyone very scared. It turns out that the dragon has lost its position, and its attack will have to be somewhere unknown. Mina and her maid, standing next to her, begin to scream in fear, looking at the monster. Eldo deftly parries the blow that was supposed to hit the frightened Mina and her maid. The girl was prepared for the worst outcome, when suddenly the hero saved her. She gratefully says that he saved her, to which Eldo replies that it is his job. The hero looks at the dragon and loudly and joyfully replies that the battle is almost over, so the monster needs to be finished off. The crowd on the ship cheers and confidently agrees with him, continuing to attack the monster. The dragon receives numerous injuries and, unable to withstand another one of these, dies and, defeated, goes into the water. One of the ship's crew members shouts enthusiastically that the people have done the impossible and defeated the dragon. The man hurries to thank the equally surprised warriors. He also turns to say thank you to the mysterious and enigmatic swordsman, but he is nowhere to be found, which greatly surprises him. The man continues to look around and does not understand where Eldo has disappeared to. The hero, meanwhile, hides near one of the ship's doors, hoping not to be found. He apologizes for disturbing them and adds that he would prefer not to stand out too much, especially on a ship full of guild nobles. Mina, who is standing nearby, hears this and asks if she is one of those nobles. Eldo tiredly answers that she is. He also says that he has some business in the capital, so the young man does not want to attract too much attention to himself. Mina says that she understands him, but also asks him to listen to her words. The girl tells a slightly surprised Eldo that today the hero, while on the ship, saved many lives, including her own. Suddenly her face takes on a smiling expression and her voice takes on a serious tone. The girl says that she swears by her name and will certainly repay Eldo according to his deserts. The hero smiles back at her and says that he will look forward to it. From the shore, someone watches a sailing ship that has just survived the battle with the sea dragon. One of the black-robed observers says that he cannot believe that the monster has been defeated. Another, dressed in the same way, replies that this defeat does not matter. He adds that this battle is just a small setback for the Society of the Garden of Despair. Eldo is back on the deck, looking at another part of the ship. He hears an announcement that the ship will soon arrive at the capital, and that they need to prepare to disembark. Eldo looks at the luxurious and large city visible in the distance. The hero thinks that he will finally become a sage soon. The hero almost reaches the capital by ship. He looks around the city in search of the cathedral. Finally, Eldo notices a large and old cathedral on the edge of one of the cliffs on which the capital stands. The hero looks at the cathedral on the cliff and cannot believe that what he has been looking for so diligently turns out to be ruins. Looking closely at the cathedral, Eldo notices that above its door, on the wall, is carved a portrait of Gias, the god of classes. Eldo concludes that, despite the disorder in the temple, the main thing is that there is a capital cathedral of the god of the classes, Gias. The hero knows that as long as this cathedral exists, it can change classes, which is a good thing. Mina, still on the ship, asks Eldo if he needs a church, and says that she didn't imagine him religious. The girl also adds that if Eldo needs to go to church, she can help with that, since she knows someone there. The hero realizes that this is indeed a good offer. He has never heard of people in this world who manage to change classes in the cathedral. Eldo knows that in the worst case, he would have to enter the cathedral illegally. The hero decides that it is worth asking Mina for help. He asks her for help and looks at the cathedral, and the girl, noticing this, says that this temple is inactive. Mina adds that it is an old church that was in use for a long time and was abandoned many years ago, so now it is just ruins. She tells Eldo that the real cathedral is now in a different place, and points at it. Eldo suddenly turns around. They see a huge temple that looks much larger than the ruins. Eldo is genuinely surprised that this cathedral is the capital's. The young man also notices that there is no portrait of Gias on the building, and therefore it is unlikely that you can change classes there. Eldo asks Mina if he can enter the ruins without permission. Mina replies that she thought Eldo was truly religious, but since he is simply interested in the ruins, he can freely visit them. She also rushes to warn Eldo that there may be thugs in the ruins, so he should not let his guard down. Mina says that even if there are bandits living in the ruins, she is sure that he will cope with them. The hero replies that he would not like to tempt his luck. Eldo says that he is only an F rank. Mina is genuinely surprised by such a statement. The girl does not believe Eldo and thinks that he is joking, but he shows her an adventurer card from the guild to prove his words. Mina says that the guild that Eldo got the card from must be completely blind, and she will definitely contact the guild and ask him to raise the hero's rank. Eldo asks not to do this, as he does not want to get the highest rank without experience. Mina replies that the hero does not seem inexperienced to her at all, but since he asks not to interfere, she will not do it. Eldo recalls how he came to the conclusion that the abilities of the heroes of this world completely coincide with the abilities of the heroes from Broken Balance Online, and he confirmed this in the last battle. The inhabitants of the new world are simply hopeless in battle. Their attacks are only good when they accidentally use skills to hit a stationary target. However, Eldo knows that there are things that cannot be done with skills alone, as strength is needed. The hero says to himself that if the dragon stood motionless in front of the ship for 10 hours, Eldo would not be able to defeat it. This is why the hero believes that he cannot obtain the highest rank as a newbie. Eldo thanks Mina for her help and information about the cathedrals, and says that he will try to get into the temple. The girl asks the hero to act carefully and, if he needs help, to contact her. Eldo thanks Mina and says goodbye to her. This is where their paths diverge in the capital. Eldo walks around the capital, where every resident leads an active life, and looks around the city. He understands that this place really deserves the title of capital, since more people live here and it is more lively. The hero reaches one of the capital's hotels and stays there. He sits on his bed and thinks that he would like to change classes as soon as possible. He understands that if there are bandits in the ruins, then going there during the day is not the best idea, as he can easily be spotted. Eldo concludes that at 3 o'clock in the morning not everyone can think clearly, and therefore this is the best time to go to the ruins. The hero decides to rest a bit while he waits. Suddenly, Eldo realizes that he's hungry. The young man realizes that he has not eaten since he boarded the ship. Eldo decides that he can have a snack, and at least somehow kill some time with this activity. The hero walks through the capital and overhears a conversation between two men. They are discussing a guy named Idris. Eldo finally reaches the tavern. He sees that the place he came to does not look safe, but since it is open, he decides to go in. The waitress says, "Welcome," to him, and Eldo goes deeper into the tavern. He asks her if it's okay to be alone, to which she replies that he needs to sit down with someone at the table, as the tavern is crowded. He sits down next to the blonde girl. Eldo looks at what the girl is eating at the table. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to order the same thing, a beef burger and chickpeas. Chicks, because this dish looks very tasty. The hero tries the dish served to him and sincerely says that it is really very tasty. Suddenly, an angry man with a black eye patch over his right eye bursts into the tavern and yells at the waitress. He says he told her to reserve the best seats for his boys. The man yells at the girl if she can see that he has a map. The girl apologizes and says that the tavern does not provide reservations, and the man must wait for his people and take the free ones. He continues to indignantly yell that there are no free seats. The waitress asks him to wait until someone frees up. The man grins and says that he understands everything. He needs to free up a place himself. He passes the girl and goes to Eldo's table. The man looks down at the hero. Suddenly, the man turns to the girl sitting opposite Eldo and orders her to get away from the table as quickly as possible. The girl gets very scared, and Eldo, watching this, starts to get irritated. The hero says that it makes him angry. The man hears this, and in a commanding tone tells Eldo to repeat what he just said. Eldo asks why the man barged into the tavern and he must now give up his seat. The hero advises the man to simply wait for one of the customers to leave. The man angrily orders Eldo to leave the tavern and make room. Eldo realizes that the man is not going to talk. The hero advises the man to cool down a bit and wait for his friends. He also adds that he will have finished his meal by the time they arrive. Eldo slowly puts a piece of beef burger in his mouth, and then adds that it is really delicious. The man, seeing Eldo's peaceful face, becomes even more irritated and orders him to stop showing off. He suddenly draws his sword from its sheath right in front of Eldo's face, but Eldo is not at all surprised. All the people in the tavern are scared. The man raises his sword above his head and apparently intends to strike the hero with it. Eldo, seeing this, goes into a stupor. The hero concludes that this man is incredibly stupid. Eldo is also shocked to see what the man is going to do, namely his tactics. It turns out that he has never seen a worse sword style before. Eldo picks up a fork as the man prepares to attack. As soon as he brings his sword down on the hero, the latter deflects the blow with a fork, delivering a critical strike of his own. Everyone who sees this action is shocked. The man can't believe his blow was blocked by an ordinary fork. Eldo asks the man what he should do now. He adds that he is acting in self-defense, so he will remain unpunished. The hero grabs the man's arm and twists it, making a hold and pressing his stomach against the wall. Eldo says he uses the skill to become stronger and can easily break a man's arm. The man shouts that Eldo doesn't dare do this to him and get away with it, to which the hero replies that it's the least he can do for an idiot waving a sword in a tavern. The man gets even more irritated when he hears Eldo call him an idiot. The hero wonders if the man is some famous adventurer. The man angrily clenches his fists and orders Eldo to listen. He says that he has a bronze card of the Zanus Company. The man promises the hero that he will turn his life into hell. Eldo asks what this bronze card is. A man standing nearby explains that the bronze card is given to adventurers as a sign of respect and gratitude from the company, and also serves as a mark of glory. Eldo compares the man's card to the one Mina gave him. The man shouts maliciously that the Zanus company will avenge him. Eldo calmly replies that he has a similar card. He takes out a card and shows it to the man, which leaves him in shock. The man falls down in fright. He yells that it is a gold card from Makisia's company. Everyone in the tavern, hearing this, starts to fuss. One of the knights approaches Eldo and says that he could not expect that someone in the tavern would be with such a map in his pocket. Eldo is surprised by the value of the map. The man falls to his knees, begs for mercy, and threatens to give him everything he has. Eldo says he doesn't need anything. The hero is shocked that the card he received has so much power. Gasps of surprise escape from the crowd in the tavern. Some say they've never seen Eldo. Others feel sorry for the man who ran into him. Everyone discusses Eldo's map and comes to the conclusion that he is no ordinary man. The hero decides to temporarily remove the card as far away as possible. Suddenly, guards burst into the tavern to find out what happened there. Eldo is surprised that someone called the guards. A man with an eye patch crawls towards them and asks to be arrested since he attacked first. The guards are very surprised by this behavior but agree to arrest him. Eldo decides to avoid attracting attention to himself any longer and go home. As the hero leaves, the girl who was sitting at the same table with him catches up with him. She sincerely thanks Eldo. The hero advises her to be careful and avoid trouble. At the same time, he thinks to himself that he was only worried about his own well-being. Eldo heads to the hotel with a coupon in hand. It turns out that he got a free lunch this time, and also got a coupon for a free lunch another time. The hero decides to return to his room and get some sleep until the appointed hour. Back at the hotel, Eldo couldn't sleep at all, as he was too excited about fighting someone as a newbie. He is glad that at least his body has rested and now he is ready to go. The hero walks through the city at night and sees that at this time the residents are sleeping. Eldo uses the night vision skill. Thanks to this skill, the city becomes as bright as day. The hero notes that such a skill is available to any class, and hopes that few people know about it. Eldo reaches the ruins of the cathedral. Suddenly he notices that there is someone inside the building. The hero concludes that the church residents are still awake, so he needs to be careful. He does not want to engage in battle. Eldo remembers how in the game from his past life there were many different churches, and concludes that under such ground there must be a secret room for class change. The hero thinks that the voices sounding in the church are coming from the basement. He goes down the stairs and peers through the crack in the door. In the room he sees robbers drinking. The hero also sees a loose lock on the door. He realizes that going through the door isn't the best idea, so Eldo goes back outside. The hero approaches the well near the cathedral. Eldo begins to descend to the bottom of the well. He recalls that in such churches, wells usually served as a secret entrance to the basement. Eldo turns out to be right. Having descended into the well, he discovers a door there, through which he decides to go inside. Eldo understands that if he enters through the door, it will be easier to attack him. He decides to distract these people, for which he pulls out his sword from its sheath, and then breaks the lock off the door with it. Having done this, Eldo quickly runs away as far as possible. The men are frightened by the unexpectedness of what is happening, but Eldo is not noticed. The hero understands that he does not have time for a calm descent, and therefore simply jumps into the well. Eldo uses the soft landing skill to land at the bottom of the well. He lands deftly. While the men search for the culprit of the commotion, Eldo enters the door at the bottom of the well. He realizes that there is a storage room behind it. Suddenly, something in the white bags catches his attention. He is surprised by what he sees. It turns out that these are illegal substances, an item that was also found in the game from the previous world. One organization was deliberately distributing them, which led to some problems. Eldo decides not to burn what he found yet, and to continue exploring the area. He opens another door, and meets one of the guards of the ruins. The man shouts that he has found the intruder, calling the rest of the team. Eldo begins to fuss. The guards can't figure out where he came from in the basement, but in the end, they simply decide to kill him. Eldo hurries to run away as fast as possible, and also dodges many arrows while running. The hero understands that he must change class as soon as possible. Suddenly, Eldo sees a portrait of the god of classes on one of the doors. He immediately runs into it and sees a human-sized statue of a god. He can do it here. Eldo barricades the entrance with a bookcase. The hero looks at the statue. He knows that in such a place it is possible to change class by receiving a priest's blessing, or by repeating a spell of the chosen profession. Eldo is focused on his chosen profession, a man who would master all types of magic and know all magical laws, the most powerful class in the world, which even disrupts the balance of the game. Eldo chooses the Sage class blessing. Suddenly, the ball in the statue's hands begins to glow, and Eldo begins to undergo metamorphoses. Eldo becomes a sage. Some parts of his clothes change, and a scarf appears tied around his neck. The hero tries to understand what he feels. Eldo looks at his hand and remembers that even in the game after becoming a sage, he did not experience such sensations. The change of class feels very unusual. Suddenly, Eldo's thoughts are interrupted by people who want to catch him. The hero decides that he has no more time to linger in the cathedral. He puts one hand out against the wall, and various circular patterns appear around his palm. He uses the skill Fireball, and a huge fireball destroys part of the wall, creating a passage. While the men are trying to knock down the door with a wooden beam, Eldo is already approaching the well. He uses the Flight skill to rise up. The hero flies high above the cathedral. He sees that the men are still looking for him. The hero decides that he sees no point in staying in this place any longer and flies away. When Eldo descends to the ground to rest, someone suddenly throws a dagger at him. The hero manages to dodge and turns around in fear. The man in front of him is a little surprised by such reflexes. This man is dressed in a black robe, the same as the people watching the ship. He tells Eldo that he is quite good at strategizing, skills, and abilities. This man is clearly not friendly. Suddenly, Eldo notices a crest on the man's robe. It turns out to belong to the Garden of Despair. The Garden of Despair Society is shrouded in mystery. They simply appear to be a sinister organization with the goal of destroying society. In the game Broken Balance Online, this organization was the most dangerous. The man in the robe is surprised that Eldo knows the name of the society, and he asks where from. Eldo replies that he knows that it was the Garden of Despair that wanted to sink the ship he was sailing on. The man says that he is surprised that Eldo knows this, since not even every member of society knows about what happened to the dragon. It turns out that Eldo was just bluffing, trying to find out some information, and accidentally turned out to be right. The man says he was told of an adventurer with a poor sword who managed to repel a dragon's attacks. He wonders if it was Eldo. The hero says he is not pleased to hear about a poor sword, since he gave away 150,000 Gilia. Eldo asks what would happen if he were the guy from the rumors. The man in the robe invites him to join the Garden of Despair. Eldo, who clearly did not expect such an offer, is very surprised. The man says that he can vouch for Eldo, since he is a member of the Brace's supremacy. He also adds that he can give the hero anything he wants. Eldo doesn't know what he should do. He doubts that the man is trying to recruit him. But at the same time, he thinks that he should accept the offer in order to survive. The hero realizes that he is still only a level 5 sage, and he's also interested in joining. However, Eldo says he is not interested in the organization. The man says he's not asking Eldo to stay forever. He can try being a member for a week. He continues to talk about money and murders that can be committed with impunity. The man says that having killed once, Eldo will want to kill again, and with these words, attacks the hero. Eldo once again dodges an attack that hits him almost in the head. The hero says that, to his regret, he has never killed anyone. He adds that he does not know if he will be drawn in, but he can try. Eldo prepares to attack. The hero decides to start his killing spree with the man in the robe and attacks him with a sword. The man, in turn, throws many daggers at Eldo. Eldo deflects all the daggers with his sword. Finally, the hero runs up to the man. He points his sword at him and is about to stab him, when suddenly the man deflects Eldo's attack with a simple dagger. The hero is in shock. The man in the robe once again says angrily that Eldo's sword is pathetic. He pulls another dagger from his bosom and swings it at Eldo. The hero manages to dodge the attack again. Eldo thinks that, unlike him, the opponent only uses one hand to hold the weapon. Eldo concludes that the man in the robe is definitely stronger than him. The man in the robe laughs loudly and maliciously. He tells Eldo that it is only a matter of time before the hero dies. Eldo used the clay projectile skill and threw them at the enemy with great speed. However, the man jumped and managed to dodge. The man landed and laughed, saying that one would think that the young man had a very light sword, but he was actually a wizard. Eldo picks up the blade and shouts that they are about to see this, and then he charges at the enemy. A small fight ensues. The man attacks Eldo, but he deftly dodges and attacks back. The man also dodges this attack and jumps back. Eldo casts a spell. The man realized he was aiming for the legs and called the move very petty. Suddenly, the man couldn't lift his foot off the ground. His whole body was wrapped in some light bonds. The enemy couldn't understand what this sticky thing was and why he couldn't move from his place. Eldo looked at him and thought that his sticky bomb had worked. This spell sprays a sticky substance where it falls. This spell is similar in appearance to the clay projectiles that Eldo used earlier, which is why they are difficult to distinguish in the dark. The young man realizes that he was right to use the projectiles first, and then the sticky bomb. At this time, the man keeps trying to get out, but on the contrary, he only sticks even more because the substance splashes. Meanwhile, Eldo comes close to him and uses a spell. He apologizes to the man for not letting himself be killed and smiles. In an instant, the man explodes from Eldo's use of the firebomb skill. The man is burned to the ground, and Eldo continues to watch him. The man continued to burn, but suddenly Eldo saw him take out some kind of capsule tablet and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the man's body was restored. The flames no longer caused harm. Suddenly, his arm became huge and muscular, and his claws grew longer and became like those of an animal. Eldo was very surprised by what appeared in front of him. The man turned into some kind of monster. He swung his arm and hit the spot where Eldo was standing with all his might. The blow caused part of the bridge to collapse, leaving a huge hole in the middle. The man had completely transformed into a monster that didn't even look like a human. Eldo was already in the sky. He dodged the monster's attack and, looking at it, guessed that the pill was an artificial demon medicine. The man-made demonic cure is a cure that was used by the leaders of the Garden of Despair in VRMMO. It takes away a person's sanity, and as a reward for not being able to return to their previous form, it makes them much stronger. The fact that this man used this medicine means that apparently the Garden of Despair from VRMMO and from this world are connected by more than just the name and emblem. The young man thinks that it would be troublesome to fight him, so he asks for forgiveness and says that he will definitely defeat this monster. The young man uses a spell and shoots a fiery arrow. The monster easily catches it with his hand, but the arrow explodes right in his fist and causes terrible pain. The young man then took him by surprise and used a fire arrow spell multiplied by 5. Thus, about 5 fire arrows were fired at the monster, which exploded upon contact and caused huge damage over an area. At first glance, it was clear that the monster had been destroyed. White smoke was coming from the place where it had stood before, and traces of soot were visible on the stone bridge. The young man looks more closely at the explosion site and decides that the target has been destroyed. He turns around and flies away from the battle, hoping to remain unnoticed. The very next morning, sitting in his room and holding his sword, the young man was immersed in his own thoughts. It turns out that all this time he was expecting someone to follow him and then attack him, so he didn't close his eyes. It's a good thing he got rid of those who openly chased him last night. He realizes that he must not forget about the possibility of another battle with this Brazis. Then he decides to go out into the streets of the city. Walking down the street, the young man thinks that the sage needs a staff. Of course, he can use magic anyway, but the difference in power with and without a staff will be obvious. He remembers the fight with the sea dragon and thinks that he was able to quickly defeat the sea dragon. That time only because of the good equipment of the other people who took part in the battle. After some time, Eldo reached a local store. Inside there were many customers and life was in full swing. Looking at the goods, he realized that no matter what anyone said, the capital's weapon shop had an excellent selection. But no matter how you looked at it, all the staves on display were only suitable for the wizard class. There are different types of staffs. A sage can use any of them, but of course only a special sage staff can demonstrate the power of a sage. The young man thought that soon, perhaps, he would need to ask his old friend for a favor. After some time, he arrived at an establishment that was located in a huge building. A familiar girl greeted him. She said that she had not seen Eldo for a long time, or rather since yesterday. The girl asked what he needed from her so urgently. The young man replied that he had been shopping since morning, but he could not find something that interested him. He takes out the card that the girl gave him not long ago. He looks at it and says that this card is something special, because they start to treat him so politely that he just needs to get it. He even clarifies that even in the pub he caused a stir, because people started apologizing to him, and the red carpet was rolled out. The girl asks, not surprised, what exactly the young man is looking for. Eldo says that, in truth, he is looking for a staff. The girl asks why the boy is looking for a staff, since he is a swordsman. Eldo says that this is not true, because he is a sage. The girl says she has never heard of this class. She asks if a sage is something between a swordsman and a wizard. The boy replies that a sage is a purely magical profession. Swordsmen are usually beginners. The girl asks how he was able to repel the sea dragon's attack. The boy replies that even a beginner can handle a sword like that. The girl is surprised by this answer, because the sea dragon is still an A-rank monster. The young man says that anyone can fight like this if they train, but he believes that his true profession is that of a sage. The girl says that she feels like he is wasting his time on professions other than swordsmanship, but since he is so strong, he must have good reasons for wanting a staff. The girl says that she understood Eldo well, and then offers to show him the best of all the staffs they have in their house. After a while, they were in a weapons room, where there were a lot of really good weapons. Eldo is amazed by this entire arsenal and says that all the staffs here are first class. The young man understands that although they are all good, none of them are suitable for the sage. Then, the young man notices a rather plain staff and says that this one will suit him. He asks the girl if she minds if he takes this staff. The girl answers positively and then says that she cannot recommend this staff to him because it was found during excavations of ancient ruins and it is also good for nothing. Eldo says that this staff will suit him perfectly. He takes it in his hands and realizes that this is what a real sage's staff feels like. The young man realizes that this is a truly magnificent staff. It was probably undervalued because it was used by a magician. Then the young man notices the price of 25 million gil and is very surprised. The girl says that all the exhibits, despite their functionality, are expensive, but you can pay with something other than money. The young man awkwardly takes out his sword and says that he has nothing but money, and also this sword, which costs about 150 gil. The girl says that what she wants is the number on Eldo's guild card. She will buy it for 30 million gil. The young man understands, looking at the card, that he will have to work off these 30 million gil. The girl says that she is not forcing him to do anything. But, on the contrary, she just wants to know his number in the guild in exchange for the staff. The boy asks what is valuable about his guild number. The girl replies that in order to give a personalized request, she needs to know the number. She does not force him to fulfill these requests, but she simply plans to reward him well for accepting them. Eldo understands that this girl is willing to pay 30 million gil just for the opportunity to give him a personal assignment. He asks if it's too much for him since he's only an F-rank adventurer. The girl replies that it's an even better opportunity. She must appropriate it before other trading companies find out about its power. The girl also adds that this is the amount given for an A-rank adventurer. Eldo understands that she wants to make an investment in the future. Heichi smiles and says that he will gladly accept her offer. The young man takes the staff with him and tells the girl to be gentle with the personal orders. The girl smiles and asks to wait for him impatiently. After some time, Eldo was walking down the street. He thought that was expected from the head of a trading company. She bought a good weapon without thinking. But in fact, he understood that he had received even more than he needed. It was scary to even think about what the orders from Mina would be. If it was unrealistic, he would refuse. He was walking down the street, but suddenly the young man turned around sharply. Eldo thought that someone was following him. It seemed as if a new problem had befallen the hero. He held his new staff in his hands. He decided to go to the alley, and then suddenly asked who was there. He threatens that if the criminal does not come out now, the young man will consider him an enemy. Suddenly, a man runs out of the alley with his hands up and shouts for Eldo to wait. He's trying to say that he is not some suspicious person. The man takes off his hat and says that he came from the guild. Eldo asks if he really is from the guild. The man said that he had seen Eldo active then on the ship, and he'd interested the man. Eldo asked if the man had sailed on it, and why he had inquired why he had followed the young man then. The man happily says that he wasn't stalking the boy, but rather observing him. He wanted to make him a scout in the guild, since Eldo is such a strong swordsman. The young man asked what a scout meant. The man replied that the guild had a position called a righteous tamer. Unlike a swordsman, he received a fixed, large reward, and he was looking for a suitable person for this job. The young man thinks about it being like a public servant. He thinks about doing it while he has a low rank. although it seems like he will be forced to do some dirty work. The boy apologizes and says he wants to act freely. The man says he understands and will therefore leave Eldo alone. But if the boy changes his mind, he can come to the guild at any time. The man laughs and says that he will always be glad to see a person who managed to notice him on his tail. He also says that if Eldo tells him at the guild that he is from Lydius, then he will be accepted immediately. Left alone, Eldo thinks that there was no such profession in BBO. The tasks were constantly updated, and nothing happened if they were not taken. In this world, there are clients, and there are those who get into trouble if they do not take the job. He decides to start with what he can do. He comes to the Adventurers Guild and doesn't understand why there are practically no quests on the quest board. Eldo says that even though this is a capital guild, there are very few taming assignments. It turns out that then the righteous tamers have nothing to do at all. He comes to the administrator of the Adventurers Guild and says that he wants to ask something about some tasks. The girl sweetly asks what exactly the young man is interested in. He asks if there are any tasks for taming monsters. The girl replies that there are not enough pacification assignments in the capital. The royal troops, in addition to training, are engaged in taming monsters themselves, so there are few of them here. Eldo understands that he needs to move to another place. He thanks the girl for telling him everything. He says that he refuses this assignment for now. He also asks if it is possible to change professions here. The girl asks the young man with a smile what position he wants to move to. He says he wants to become a sage. The girl says that the ball does not know such a profession. The young man thinks and understands that in this world, not much attention is paid to professions that are not obtained as a result of passing the ceremony of growing up. It turns out that they are unlikely to recognize anything that is not approved by the profession ball. In order to register a profession in the guild, you need to approve it by touching the profession ball. If the person is a wizard, he is fixed by the wizard's ball. Then the young man apologizes and says that he will not change his profession. He thinks that something will not necessarily be unprofitable just because he is a beginner. The girl says that she understands little about the lower professions, but perhaps the ball of the lower professions will light up. The boy asks what the lower professions are. The girl replies that the lower professions are berserkers and saints. They can be found in low-ranking teams, but most of them give up halfway through. The young man recalls that there were two categories at BBO: basic professions and higher professions. The basic professions included wizards, swordsmen, archers, healers, and so on, while the higher professions included the sage, hero, as well as the berserker and saint. Higher professions are almost never seen at the coming-of-age ceremony. Apparently, the callings that were the best in BBO are considered the worst in this world. It's probably because with the same number of monsters killed, the level of the main profession increases significantly. However, the abilities of higher professions even at low levels should be superior to others. So if there is a small difference in levels, it is unlikely that you will be kicked out of the team. The young man asks why a saint is a lower profession, since even their basic ability, divine healing, restores more health than a healer. The girl asks about divine healing and asks what it is. Eldo is surprised by this. He doesn't understand what it is. As a guild administrator, he can't even know about basic abilities. He says it's better to remain a newbie. The girl agrees. The young man, walking along the streets, thinks that, apparently, even in the capital, there is nothing for him to do. It seems that it would be better to look for assignments in another city. Before that, however, he would stop by one place and say hello. The girl was sitting on the couch and asked if the young man needed anything. Eldo said that he simply thought he should tell him about his departure from the capital. The young man takes a cup of tea and says that he has become an adventurer on purpose. But there are no orders to pacify the city at all. The girl replies that the city has been relatively calm lately. Sure, it could be some kind of side hustle, but letting Eldo leave is a big miss for this country. Eldo asks not to exaggerate, but the girl says that she is not trying to do so. There are a few strong adventurers, but they have such a big influence on the economy. The girl says that Eldo is one of them too, because it was he who recently saved the Maxia Company's transport ship from sinking. On that ship were the leaders of the economic world, including her, as well as prominent members of the guild. She says that if that ship had gone underwater, chaos would have reigned in this country now. The young man understands that that ship is very cool, it turns out. The girl then changes the subject and asks where Eldo is going. The boy replies that he looked at the map and decided that he would first go to the nearby town of Fiesta. The girl says that this is a good choice, and she thinks that the young man will be able to find assignments for himself there. Then she remembers something and says that there is a good taming mission in the capital. Eldo is interested in this mission. She says that the mission is related to eliminating a giant sea crank mole. The youth says that he's not heard of a monster there before. In his mind, he assumes that it is a monster special from this world. Eldo asks where this place is now. The girl says that the Maxia company has fields in the capital. Of course, they are small, compared to the grain-producing region. Eldo realizes a new fact about Maxia's company, that they are involved in agriculture as well. He asks if giant moles have really appeared in these fields. The girl answers in the affirmative. She says that if Eldo starts right now, she will pay 500,000 gil for each monster, and she also wants the young man to destroy them all. The young man understands that this is simply an unimaginable reward for the task of pacification, so he says that he will gladly take on this task. The girl thanks the boy and then says that it is a really difficult task. Eldo really saves them by accepting it. The boy is surprised and asks if it is really so. The girl replies that the giant moles are hiding underground, so it will be quite difficult with them. The young man says that he will at least try. The girl suggests that the young man take a map and a written request before leaving. After some time, the young man went beyond the city walls and came to the company's field. According to the map, he had reached the right place. He looks around and says that everything looks just like the countryside. He understands that even in the capital, there are such places. The girl said about small fields, but the young man did not understand where they were. He decides not to think long, but to go and just ask the administration. The young man approaches a small wooden house and knocks on the door. A woman comes out to him and asks if the young man has any business in the rural administration of the Maxia company. Eldo says that he came on behalf of the head of the company, Mina. He shows the written order. The woman takes the sheet and is delighted. She calls Eldo an adventurer and then thanks him for accepting the request. The woman says she's counting on him. Eldo asks the woman to wait, then says he's come to tame the giant moles. He asks which of these are Maxia's company fields. The woman says that all the fields here belong to the company Maxia. Eldo is surprised that this is such a huge area. He remembers Mina's words about the small fields here and wonders where they are small. He realizes that the situation is the same as it was in the bar. He tries to understand how influential Maxia's company is in this world. Eldo says he has one question. It will be difficult to clear the fields without damaging them. So is everything okay? The woman says that if the boy does not burn them with fire magic, then nothing will happen. The woman apologizes for being rude and asks if the young man will really be alone. If it all takes too long, it would be better to look for someone. Eldo says that everything is fine because all the monsters will gather here. The woman does not understand what the young man is talking about. The boy uses the ability Earth Lure. This is an ability that spreads magic on the nearby surface. This is because underground species do not look for food with their eyes, but by smell or magic. Using their instincts, Eldo plans to lure the monsters here. After a while, Eldo realizes that monsters have come here. Suddenly, moles appear from under the ground. The young man holds his staff in front of him and says that he understands everything, because, of course, the earth will be ruined if such monsters destroy it. He uses the ice block spell, and ice shards appear from above. He taps the ground with his staff, and the shards fall down. He seals the monsters in huge blocks of ice, and the moles cannot even move. The young man turns to a woman from the village administration, who was standing in complete shock somewhere nearby. He apologizes and says he caused more destruction than he intended. The woman says everything is fine, and then thanks the young man for his help. After some time, the special personal assignment to tame the giant moles was completed. Later, the young man came to his customer. The maid who saw him off said, turning to Mrs. Mina, that the man who had the gold card with him had come to her. The girl turns around and says that the young man came back very quickly, and then asks if maybe he forgot something. The young man says no. He has finished this task. The girl smiled and said that he was quick, and then came to her senses for a minute and asked in shock about what he had just said. She asks if he really finished the task that quickly. She says there were 20 giant moles. The boy replies that there were 31 in total. He did a thorough reconnaissance, so it is an accurate number. He also says that he has already reported everything to the guild. Mina says that it hasn't even been 3 hours since Eldo was able to deal with them so quickly. The young man says that he lured them with magic. He explains that he placed delicious magic and then used the ability Earthbait to destroy the place where they were gathering. Mina says that this is the first time she hears about this, and then asks the young man that he understands not only the sword, but also magic. The young man says that it's not that he understands it, but that it's just his main profession, so the sword is just a help to him. The girl says that Eldo is not a human. She announces the completion of his mission. The young man intends to head to Fiesta. Mina says she will pray for him, because adventurers can't do without traveling to different cities. After some time, the young man comes to the Adventurers Guild. The administrator gives him the money and announces that his reward from the Maxia company was 20 million gil. The young man is surprised by such an impressive amount. The girl says that this is probably an additional reward. Eldo will think about the fact that although they say about him that he is too strong, the same can be said about Maxia's company. A few days later, Eldo arrives in Fiesta City. He immediately heads to the Adventurers Guild and sees the task sheets there. However, there are very few of them. He thinks that maybe there are few monsters here too, because the city is located not far from the capital, although he will go to another place later. But since he came to Fiesta, he wants to complete the tasks here as well. He turns to the girl administrator and asks if he can ask a question. The girl asks what the boy is interested in. Eldo says that he wants to take on a task and if it will be possible to report on an assignment received in another city. The girl says that if the guild is within the country, then it is possible. If the young man takes with him a written request and a body part of the tamed monster as proof, then everything will be fine. He chooses several tasks and says he wants to take them. The girl replies that the task is to tame the grass mantises and giant frogs. She says it's good that there are still errands to run. The boy asks what she means. The girl administrator says that in any case, a girl nicknamed Flame Pike has come to Fiesta now, and she has 2 names. Eldo introduces some pumped-up man and says that the Flaming Pike is some powerful name. The girl says there are reasons for this. Adventurers are given 2 names. Since Guert's location is unknown, the Flame Pike is currently the strongest and most famous adventurer in the world. Eldo wonders if he really is such a cool adventurer. He says that he really wants to meet this adventurer. He also thinks about how no one knows where Gellard is. After some time, the young man was already in the forest near the city of Fiesta. He says that he will probably begin his task from here. He begins to use magic, activating the spell of magical search. An invisible wave of magic emanates from the young man. At this time, he, with the help of his eye, sees images of praying mantises that are hiding among the trees. He finds them and realizes that there are about 10 of them within 10 kilometers of him. These are grass mantises, which he needs to deal with in order to complete one of 2 tasks. He takes a step and uses the ability of magical invisibility, and then his body disappears into thin air. Magic invisibility is a skill that allows you to hide. It is deactivated by using other spells, but it helps to attack the enemy unnoticed. In this way, he reaches the mantises themselves, and then suddenly appears in front of them. He uses a fire ring spell and surrounds the monsters with fire. They cannot escape anywhere. Then the young man narrows the ring and quickly burns the monsters. He's done a great job and dealt with the first batch, scouting with magic search, and then attacking from magic invisibility. This is the sage's basic combat tactic when hunting alone. There are other ways, but this is the most effective for hunting large numbers of monsters. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he decides to explore the situation using a magical search. Suddenly, the young man notices a girl and a huge monster in the form of a gorilla. Hichi understands that they are in the midst of a fight, and, moreover, judging by everything, that monster is the boss of this area. The area boss is a powerful monster that appears at a certain time. If you defeat it, you can gain a lot of experience and increase your level. The young man uses magical invisibility because he wanted to first get closer to them and then see what was happening. Even if you defeat the area boss together, everyone will still get decent experience. If the battle is tough, you will probably take advantage of the moment. The young man approached the battlefield and saw there a gorilla boss and a girl with blonde hair and a spear. The girl lunges forward and points her spear straight at the monster. but the boss easily deflects her attack and strikes back. The girl flies back, and Eldo becomes visible again. The girl looks at him and then asks if he is an adventurer, and then tells him to run. She continues to fight him. Eldo realizes that the boss of this area is indeed an angry monkey. Despite its size, it moves quickly. It is harder to defeat alone than the sea dragon. However, this petite adventurer girl fighting him has surpassed all his expectations. The young man understands that things are bad, and he feels like he should step in and help her. He thinks that his abilities are not enough to defeat this boss on his own, so it's time to spend skill points to get new useful abilities. Usually, to obtain abilities, it was necessary to go through a ceremony in a church. He uses ability 1208, Blood Poison, and then ability 12011, Shadow Fog. He suggests that if it's the same principle as BBO, the commands should work. Eldo says he's ready now. He first uses a sticky bomb, then a magic lure, releasing magical waves from himself. The monster stops abruptly in front of the girl, then turns around and runs straight at Eldo. The girl stutters and asks what all this means. Eldo understands that the magic bait is a spell to help provoke the enemy. However, it attracted his attention for a reason. Suddenly, the monster steps into the goo left by the sticky bomb and then falls face down into the ground. The girl is very surprised by this. The boy then uses a shadow fog spell and spreads a dark cloud right into the monster's eyes. Then, the next step was to use a blood poison spell, which Eldo blows directly at him. Shadow Mist narrows the opponent's field of vision, and blood poison reduces his physical strength. A blonde girl approaches Eldo and asks if he really neutralized the angry monkey, even though she couldn't do it. The young man thought that the girl was speaking as if she wanted to show here that she was the strongest adventurer. He tells her that she needs to recover first, and then uses a magical healing spell on her shoulder. The girl says that the pain is gone, and then asks the boy what he did. Eldo says he was just using healing spells. The girl says that means the boy can use both combat and healing magic. She has never heard of adventurers like him. Eldo understands that neither the sages nor even the adventurers know about basic self-healing. The young man says that the main problem now is not this, but the boss who lies nearby. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, so Eldo said that he didn't finish him off completely, and that he had a low level, so the spells he used weren't that strong. Of course, he will definitely finish him off if he continues to use blood poison, but unfortunately, it will take too much time. He thinks of looking for reinforcements. He heard that somewhere around here is a flame lance, the strongest adventurer. The girl says she is a flame lance, but her friends call her Miria. Eldo asks if he is serious. Since they said she was the strongest, he thought she would be able to finish off someone like an enraged monkey in no time. And when he heard the words flaming spear, he imagined only a hot-blooded giant. The young man says his name is Eldo. He didn't think that the fiery spear would be a tiny girl. The girl said that she would continue to address the young man as such, and in response he could call her Miria. The girl blushed and said that she must have been terrible, because the angry monkey was completely out of his league. Eldo says that it's not like that at all, and that he doesn't think so at all. Eldo changes the subject and says that it's called a flame lance, because of its flame weapon ability. The girl says that the young man is no slouch, and everything is absolutely true. He understands that, it turns out, Miria's profession was the highest in BBO, but she is considered the lowest here. The girl has a profession, hero. He thinks it's a waste. The hero's high-level abilities are extremely advantageous. If the girl had high-level knowledge and skills, she would have dealt with the enraged monkey in no time. However, if she is a hero, then there is nothing to say. This battle will soon be over. He asks Miria for a favor. He says he will hold off the monkey, and the girl should attack him alone at that time. Even the most basic abilities like a combination attack should be powerful enough. Miria asks what a combination attack is. Eldo realizes that this world has surpassed all his expectations. In this case, he tells the girl to repeat everything he says. The boy asks to tell about the ability 1321, called Combined Attack, Activation. The girl says these words and a skill panel appears in front of her. She gets scared and asks what it is. The boy tells her to try swinging the pike, shouting about a combination attack. The girl was waving her pike and started shouting about a combination attack, and suddenly her pike started to glow. She asks about the ability that worked and if it is really possible to master skills this way. Eldo says that, of course, there are other ways. The girl asks who the young man is. He says that he just knows a little about it and that he is a simple F-rank adventurer. The girl says that the boy is lying because it is impossible for an F-rank adventurer to know such things. Eldo says that he is not lying. Suddenly, a monkey boss appears next to them. Eldo realized that this boss had torn out a piece of earth to which he was glued. The boss then slams his paws into the ground and breaks the piece of earth that was glued to it. Eldo says that he can't see anything, but still asks the girl to be careful because he might attack at random. Miria shouts that this way they will be able to get closer to him. Eldo says that now he will remove all spells and will take all his attacks himself. Miria, in turn, must attack him with a combined attack. The girl says that this is impossible. He says that everything is fine and he will contain this monkey, and the girl must give it her all. The girl said that she understood and asked to rely on her, and she herself took a fighting stance. Eldo gathers himself, holds his staff out in front of him, and casts a nullification spell. The monster rushed towards Eldo and Miria with a terrible roar. He swung his arm to attack, but Eldo held his staff out in front of him and took a powerful blow from the monkey boss. He used a magic defense spell. It is not an iron wall, of course, but this is the defensive ability of the sages. Then the young man gives Miria the command that it is time to attack now. The girl uses a flame weapon spell, and her pike ignites with scarlet flames. The girl uses the next skill, a combination attack that Eldo taught her. She hits the monkey right on the head. Then, the girl's pike suddenly catches fire and starts spinning. She is very surprised by this and screams that she can do it. Miria lunges forward and delivers a final blow straight into the monster's chest, causing the flames around the pike to swirl in a crimson vortex. The monkey starts smoking all over and then falls unconscious. The girl comes to and looks at the pike. She says, surprised, that it can attack so powerfully. Eldo says that the girl did a great job, and they also raised their levels. The girl says that it can't be that easy for the boss to be defeated. Eldo says that it's all thanks to the girl, because he only stopped its attacks. The girl is surprised that the boy is taking it so lightly and says that it is simply unrealistic. She says that the boy has such knowledge about abilities that she does not believe his word that he is an F-rank adventurer. The boy then says to Miria that it won't be long, but could she form a team with him? The girl asks that she is also in a team with Eldo. The young man says that he has been fighting bosses a lot lately. In such cases, he fights himself whenever possible to earn experience, but it takes a lot of time alone, and with her firepower, they will deal with it quickly. Eldo says that they will split the reward in half, and he will also tell her about the abilities. He asks the girl to think about it. Miria says that she has no reason to refuse, but she still does not believe that the boy's F-rank. She extends her hand to him and says that she does not think he is a bad person. They shake hands. The girl says that she is counting on Eldo, and the boy reciprocates. After a while, the girl asks about the combination of abilities. Eldo answers that by using skill points, you can get new abilities. In short, this determines the course of the battle. The difficulty is that even with leveling up, you can't learn all the abilities, and you can't convert them back into skill points. The girl asks what to do in such a case. If Eldo is so good at this, then why doesn't he know what abilities to upgrade to become stronger? The young man replies that he doesn't know whether the girl will like it or not, but there is one combination that he considers unbeatable. The girl asks if the boy will tell her about this combination. The boy asks if it is too fast. He asks if Miria has ever learned the ability before. The girl gives a positive answer and then says that before meeting the boy, she thought that abilities become available as experience accumulates, which is why she learned the flame weapon in this way. He thinks that usually the study of abilities happens in the church, but the fact that Miria doesn't even know about this is why the girl doesn't progress in understanding abilities. The boy asks the girl what level she is. Miria replies that she is level 18. The boy says that she needs a few more levels, and then asks the girl why she doesn't want to level up some more. Miria says that they can, of course, swing, but what will they do with this huge monkey? They need to hand it over to the guild, and before that, they still need to cut it up. He replies that there is no need for that. He uses a magic gathering spell, and the monkey falls into some dark liquid and then disappears. The girl asks where the monkey is going. Eldo says that he used the magic gathering spell to move her to another space. The girl asks what another space means. The girl decides not to question the young man. but says that apparently Eldo will always find something to surprise her with. She says that she will do everything in her power, so they need to go. After some time, they encountered another monster. Miria attacks the monster with a pike right in the chest, and Eldo uses his spells. Suddenly, they notice that the sun had already set and everything had become dark. Eldo tells Miria that they must not overexert themselves and that they must return to the city. Eldo was level 10, and Miria was level 19. The girl said she agreed to return to the city. After some time, the girl administrator in the guild wondered what was lying in front of her. Miria says it's an A-rank monster called an enraged monkey. The girl apologizes and says it's the first time she's seen it. She runs away and says she'll call the branch chief. Eldo turns to Miria and asks her to come over for a second. He asks the girl to say that she defeated this monster herself. The girl asks why she should do that. The young man replies that he doesn't care about achievements and he doesn't want to make a fuss over the news that a newbie has defeated an A-rank monster. The girl says that if the young man suddenly changes his mind, he can speak up right away. Suddenly, a man runs into the room and apologizes for keeping them waiting. He then asks if they really defeated the A-rank monster. The girl says that this is indeed the case and then asks how much they will pay for the angry monkey. The man asks again and says if he really heard right about the angry monkey. Could they really defeat this monster? The girl turns around and says that Eldo did most of the work. The young man starts shouting and asks what about their recent conversation. The girl apologizes and says that everyone was just silent and she had to say it. The man says he has never seen the boy before and then asks him if he has two names. The girl says his name is Eldo, and he is a rookie of rank F. The man asks if a rookie of rank F can compete with a monster of rank A. The girl says that she thought so too, but the boy is very special. Miria says that's why she also felt like she was being played, but it's probably because of the system of not being able to level up the rank for beginners. The young man asks what the girl means. He asks if it's true that newbies can't rank up. Miria replies that she didn't expect that even Eldo might not know. She says that newbies can't rank up, and it's very difficult for lower jobs to do so. She says that she also had to work hard to reach rank B. She heard that this was done to reduce the number of adventurers who died because their rank did not match their actual capabilities. He asks if it's okay if they've done the same task. The girl replies that she heard that it used to be a hindrance to rank advancement. About 10 years ago, as a result of the reforms of Cardinal Georgius, who was then at the top, the system became like this. The man apologizes for disturbing you, but this is an order from above. Eldo thinks that no matter what your profession is, your abilities depend only on yourself. The fact that your rank changes because of your profession seems like some kind of conspiracy. Maybe this Cardinal Georgius hates the lower professions and newcomers. The capital church, where one could change professions, has turned into ruins, and these higher professions are very strange, and perhaps there is something fishy here. Miria says that the boy has long since surpassed rank F because he easily withstood all of the monkey's attacks. Eldo realizes that the girl must have completely forgotten about their conversation. The man says that it is unbelievable. Namely, the newcomer Eldo with rank F is unbelievable. He then asks Eldo's name again, and then asks if he is the one who joined the guild in Ilya. He explains that there have been rumors that a frighteningly strong F-rank newcomer named Eldo has appeared in Ilya. He apparently fought the sea dragon himself. The boy realizes that the rumors have already spread that far. It seems that this is not a case where he should be worried about whether he will stand out or not. The man says that if the boy is that Eldo, then he offers the boy a special procedure to increase his rank. The boy asks if this can be done. The man says that if he has a recommendation from the department head and the achievements needed to advance in rank, then his application will be approved as an exception. His merits in the battle with the sea dragon will be especially taken into account. The boy says he will be grateful and expects the man to raise his rank. The man asks to see the boy's guild card for verification, and then says he should be the one thanking him. He says that being involved in advancing to the rank of an outstanding adventurer is considered an achievement in a newbie's career, so the man carefully looks at his guild card. He looks at his sage profession and says that it is an unknown profession. The same with the lower professions. Since there is little information about it, the young man will have a hard time. The girl says that if she had been born 20 years ago, she might have been treated like a newbie too. Eldo thought that heroes were also an unknown profession. However, to be honest, looking at Miria, he realized that the hero profession had not yet gained fame. Since the sage does not fall at the puberty ceremony, he may always be treated inappropriately. But this is not such a problem because he knows everything about the profession of a sage. The man says that everything is fine and the rank-up procedure was successful. Now the young man has rank E. Within the system, you can only rise one rank at a time, so he can come again when he has accumulated some achievements. The conversation went a little off track, so the main topic was the ransom of the Angry Monkey's materials. After some time, a young man walked with large bags. There were more than 100 million in the bags. In this world, you can live for a month on 200,000 gil. And when you have a whole 120 million gil, you don't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. The bags turn out to be heavy, so he decides to hide them in another space, using magical gathering. Suddenly, Maria calls out to him and says that they have already sorted out their affairs, so maybe he will tell her about the abilities. The young man says that today is too late. Tomorrow, he will give the girl a lecture before hunting in a new place. The next morning, they arrived in some forest. Eldo asks if the girl is ready. Miria is in a fighting stance and then asks the young man to wait because right in front of her is a blood tiger, a terrible animal. Eldo thinks that the blood tiger in BBO was not such a strong monster. He asks the girl if it is strong. She says that it is the strongest BB rank monster. It has high stats and endurance, and even higher mobility. Eldo says he understands, but in that case she'll probably still somehow deal with him using the combinations he told the girl about in the morning. The girl asks if Eldo is trying to comfort her. She then grabs the spear and says that, frankly, she thinks she can do it. Eldo smiles and starts watching the girl. She takes the spear and lunges. The tiger rushes straight at her. The girl uses the ability of the attack field, and then her body begins to glow and is covered with some kind of light. She deftly dodges the tiger and moves right behind him. Eldo thinks that the attack field is an ability that is active for 10 minutes, during which it makes the owner stronger. The girl then uses a combination attack and attacks the tiger with a spear. She uses a combination attack again and hits the tiger again. The monster feels pain in his neck. Then the girl pokes the tiger in the side with the other end of the spear and uses the ability to pierce defense. The young man understands that defense piercing is an ability that locally reduces the strength of armor. Then the girl uses the ability of the auxiliary attack. The young man understands that this ability increases the damage of the next blow several times. The girl looks at the tiger, and then he tries to escape from her, jumping on the trees. The girl does not want to let go of her target and uses the ability, Full Explosive Crush. Eldo sees that Full Blast crushing increases attack damage by a huge amount in exchange for removing all abilities that were previously used. This skill is the ultimate attack for the hero. The tiger tries to run away from the girl, but Miria steps forward and then uses an attack from her ability. She fires a fiery projectile from her spear, which tears the tiger in half. The girl remained in her place, and smoke was coming from her pike. She finally exhaled. Meanwhile, the young man watched her and thought about how this combination of abilities of the next strongest class after the sage in one-on-one combat. Moreover, in a state where she is physically stronger due to her abilities, the girl can handle even several opponents. This is one of the few professions that allows her to fight alone. The girl looks at her hands and is happy that she did it. Suddenly, another tiger attacks her from behind. The girl turns around in fear and realizes that there were several of them. The tiger rushes at the girl, but Eldo appears between them and stops the monster with his ability. Maria, frightened, opens her eyes and sees Eldo in front of her. He tells the girl that she did a great job with the combination for a first time. The girl thanks the young man and then asks if now is really the time for this discussion. Suddenly, the tiger attacks the young man again, but this time with his paw from the side. However, Eldo cleverly blocks this attack as well. He said that he forgot to tell you something. In fact, there is an ability for heroes that is much stronger than magic defense. It is super defense. Another strong combination is when the girl activates critical defense to dodge the enemy's attack, and then goes on the offensive with a counter combo. He says that he has scouted the situation using a magical search and found out that there are 3 blood tigers ahead. He will deal with this tiger himself, and the girl can then try a fight against several opponents. The girl wonders how the boy can deal with this tiger alone. He looks at the monster and uses the ability of fire arrows. Suddenly, the monster bursts into flames. and then the flames destroy it completely. The girl looks at him suspiciously and says that she was thinking that the young man couldn't handle this hunt on his own. The young man replies that his level and supply of magical powers are quite small, so he cannot throw them all away. He relies on the girl to ensure that their hunt goes smoothly. He says that a herd of blood tigers is right in front of them. They have plenty of time, so the young man suggests not to rush the hunt. The girl smiles and agrees to the young man's proposal. The girl examines her hero defense ability, Super Defense. Eldo says that if she concentrates on a certain place, the shield will take on clear outlines. Eldo says that this shield can protect even from multiple opponents and local attacks, so it is a very convenient ability. Miria thanks Eldo for his help. But even for rank S. The young man is surprised by this and says that she first needs to properly release the ability combinations. They came to a small cliff and saw 3 tigers there eating their food. They will have several opponents further. Eldo asks the girl if she is ready. Maria winks and tells the young man to rely on her, because she can handle this without any problems. She jumps off the cliff and rushes to attack. But the young man feels some strange and bad premonition. Miria spots her target and uses her shockwave ability, damaging multiple enemies before landing and using a wide attack and turning around, hitting 3 enemies again. The girl smiles. But the tigers, having survived the attack, surround her again. The girl is surprised that she could not kill them all. She wants to use her attacks again. The girl uses a wide attack, again dealing damage to the area. Suddenly the tigers stood behind her and bared their fangs. They were getting ready to attack her. Suddenly the girl screamed and surrounded herself with her protection. She was like in a ball. The girl screamed the boy's name. Eldo used fire arrows and set all the opponents on fire. At that time, the girl held her head in her hands and trembled with fear. The young man approaches Miria. She happily runs towards him, but the young man shows 2 fingers and says that the girl made 2 mistakes. The first is that the girl did not activate the boost from the attack field and auxiliary attack, and the second is that the girl did not understand everything about the ability recharge time. The field of a large attack must wait for about 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will not work the second time, and during this time, the girl could simply calmly use other abilities. The girl became despondent and asked Eldo for forgiveness, saying that she got too carried away. However, Eldo says that the girl is good and quickly figured out what to use, so she was able to defend and attack with super defense. He says that the girl still feels good on the battlefield. The girl blushed awkwardly and thanked Eldo. The young man smiled back. Eldo offers to swap places with Miria and move on. The girl agrees. After some time, Eldo and Miria return to the guild. The adventurer's guild leader and the female administrator looked in horror at what these two had brought. Eldo and Miria stood before them. The young man said that they had come to collect the reward for the blood tigers. A pile of monsters lay behind them. Eldo said that there were 73 blood tiger corpses in total. The administrator girl screamed in horror, and the head of the guild even cracked his glasses in surprise. The man said that even though the boy is with the fire pike, but killing so many monsters during a hunt is already too much. The girl says that Eldo is really strong, even though he is now ranked E, but it still does not look like reality at all. The boy then uses his ability to get more tigers out of there. The man asks what he is doing. The boy says that he used the ability of magic gathering. He transfers monsters to another space created by magic. The man says that this is the first time he has seen such magic, but it is simply amazing. Miria says that Eldo also has knowledge and power, and he does not want to become famous, so she simply does not understand him. The man says he understands everything and that he guarantees confidentiality, so they have nothing to worry about. The boy thinks that his words are somehow not credible, but still, no one will believe his story about a low-ranking rookie adventurer. The man asks if the boy should be promoted to D rank. His results for this task will be enough. However, for C rank, confirmation from another department head is required. It may not be possible to further increase the rank in the same way. The young man says that, whatever the case, he relies on the man with the rank increase. After a while, the guild leader gives Eldo his document and says that he is now a D rank. He asks if they will continue hunting. The young man says that this is a good question. They have plenty of money, so the main reason to continue hunting will probably be to develop skills. Miria is very sad and says that if it is possible, she will try to level up. She wants to do tasks that will be considered as serious merits in the guild. This way she can get closer to achieving her goal. The young man asks what goal she is talking about. Miria apologizes and says that she did not even consult him. Eldo replies that everything is fine. The man talks about merits and notes that he has one assignment that only such powerful adventurers can do. This assignment is a reconnaissance mission in the Forest of Death. Eldo asks about the mission and says that the name does not inspire confidence. Miria says that the name speaks for itself. This is a dangerous place. It is a terribly dangerous region. They say that the number of those who went deep and managed to return alive is only 10%. The man says that this is all because only high-ranking monsters appear there. So one must be careful in choosing who can be entrusted with such a task. Miria asks Eldo what they will do. She certainly thinks they are capable of doing it. Eldo says the girl is right, but he asks if they can see the contents before they make a decision. The man shows them the papers. He says that this is, of course, a general map of the forest, but in this place there should be a huge, eye-catching pillar. He draws it on a piece of paper and says that the pillar has a certain shape. Eldo says, "Is this really a sealed pillar?" The man asks, "Does the boy really know about this pillar?" The sealed pillar is where raid bosses are imprisoned, monsters that are many times stronger than the bosses of the area. In BBO, during events, the seal was removed and powerful monsters appeared from there. The man says that the mission is to check the condition of this pillar. The other day, there was a rumor that a sealed pillar had appeared. He wants Eldo to go and check whether this is true or not, because otherwise measures must be taken. Eldo talks about preventing rampage. The man asks if the boy really knows about this too. He asks if he is the guild leader by chance. Eldo says he learned about it as an adventurer. Rampage is a phenomenon where a huge number of monsters appear before the seal is about to be released. They seem to be running away from the raid boss, senselessly and headlong. They cause catastrophic damage to the villages and towns that they encounter along the way. The man says that there is also a device here that protects the population from evil spirits, but its scale and fuel reserves are limited, so he would like to have some information. The young man becomes serious and says he understands everything, then says they agree. The man replies that they owe him one. Eldo asks Miria, saying that this mission is really dangerous. There is a chance that they will end up in the center of a terrible rampage. The girl confidently answers that she is going there consciously. The next morning, Eldo and Miria were already in the forest. They attacked the monsters they encountered in combination, one after the other. He sighs and says that there are so many fierce opponents, which is what was expected from the Forest of Death. The girl says that they will definitely move forward without any problems. They just need to push a little. Eldo notices something strange about the girl and decides to ask her what's wrong with her and why she's so fussed. He asks if achievements are really that important to the girl. The girl replies that it is a system of rewarding adventurers. The young man asks what kind of system of rewarding adventurers is, because he has never heard of it. The girl says that you can become an aristocrat if you have an A rank and your merits are useful to the country. This is the only way for an adventurer to obtain the title of aristocrat. She turns around and says her goal is to become an aristocrat on behalf of her bankrupt and titleless family. The young man understands that she is trying so hard to revive her family. He says that if this is so, then she needs to achieve something more significant. He suggests that the girl pull herself together and go ahead. She agrees. After some time, Eldo and Miria look at a huge stone pillar on which a huge drawing was depicted. The boy asks Miria if this is really the sealed pillar. The girl answers in the affirmative. The young man says that the orange pillar is facing Fiesta, so there are about 5 days left until the raid bosses appear. The girl asks if the boy really understood this just by looking at him. Eldo says that such a type can be judged to some extent by color. The sequence is blue, yellow, orange, red, black. This order is a kind of countdown to the monster's appearance. Although they still have 5 days, there is not much time to prepare. He suggests that the girl return quickly with a report. After some time, they come to the Adventurers Guild, where the leader meets them. The man talks about the fire peak and says that they returned quickly. He asks about the sealed pillar. The girl says there are 5 days left before the rampage. The man asks what they mean. Eldo says that the man probably doesn't know about it, but the color of the pole can be used to guess how much time is left. The man thanks them for the report and says that he urgently needs to activate the protective device, so he asks them to wait here. A few minutes later, he apologizes to Eldo and Miria for keeping them waiting. He says the mechanism will start in about 4 days, so it seems they have time. He asks them to discuss the reward. He will write Eldo a recommendation for promotion to C rank, and for Fire Pike. If she also manages to overcome the manifestation of Rampage, he will write a recommendation for the exam for promotion to A rank. Or also says that they need to wait for the Rampage itself first, so of course they are also preparing to repel it. The man says that Eldo and Miria will help them if they stay in this city for a while. 5 days later, on the day of the Rampage, a huge dome covers the city. Miria asks if this is really a defense. Eldo replies that it is, and it seems to have been activated in time. Miria says that this is the first time she has seen such a thing. She wonders if this thing can really protect this place. Eldo says that it is not to prevent monsters from passing, but to use a special magical power to scare them away from the city and hide it. So they will go back and someday disappear. Then the dome suddenly disappears. The girl says it looks like it's gone, and then asks if that's how it's supposed to be. The boy says it shouldn't be, so he suggests she go check it out. They run to a special device that activates the barrier and see that it has been broken. The young man sees a broken device and then one dead person and one wounded person nearby. Eldo asks what happened here. The man tells him that the man got mixed up with the guards and destroyed the mechanism. Eldo notices a tattoo on the dead man's arm and recognizes it as the emblem of the organization Garden of Despair. He realizes that the man belonged to this organization and deliberately arranged for the destruction of the device during the Rampage. He asks if there is any way to fix this device. The man replies that it is simply impossible, because it is an unknown device that was passed down to them by their ancestors. Eldo realizes that this device is not under the control of the inhabitants of this world, so it can be considered a real out-of-place artifact. The man says that they will, of course, try to fix it, but even if they can fix it, they will have to launch it again, and for this they will lose at least 4 days again. The man says they can't do that. He gives orders to warn the residents to evacuate and to call any adventurers nearby. Eldo understands that even if he somehow manages to deal with a large number of monsters, raid bosses are a completely different level. Whatever raid bosses appear, their attacks will cause massive damage to nearby areas, so it seems there will be casualties. He says there is nothing to be done. He takes off and tells Miria that he is leaving the townspeople to her. The girl asks what the young man is going to do, to which he replies that he will try to stop the Rampage. The girl asks how he is going to do it, because even he can't do it. Eldo replies that he has one idea, but it is not a fact that everything will work out, so Miria must act with this in mind. The young man flies out of the city, and Miria shouts after him. A few minutes later, he was already in the forest and saw several familiar and unfamiliar monsters. They were rushing straight towards the direction from which Eldo had recently flown in. The young man thought that he couldn't cope with so many monsters alone, but there was another way to stop the Rampage. In order to stop him, Eldo needs to defeat the raid boss. He lands next to the pillar, which was no longer chained to the ground, but, on the contrary, was floating in the air. Suddenly, a crack appears in the pole, and then it breaks into small pieces. Suddenly, the earth shook, and someone's eye appeared right from under it. Suddenly, something began to rise right from under the ground. The raid boss was a huge dragon. It was a lightning dragon that crushed the skies. It was a huge dragon whose entire body was covered in lightning. The young man clutches his staff and says he is ready to begin. In BBO, the sage was considered the strongest profession, and it made up 80% of the total number of players. He smiles and thinks decisively that it is time to demonstrate the reasons for this. At this time, there was a real panic in the city. Miria commanded the townspeople and asked them to hurry, because a large flock of monsters was approaching. The man on the watchtower looked through the telescope and saw a huge number of monsters heading straight for the city. Miria pulled herself together and rushed straight to the city gates. They shouted after her where she was going because the city was closing the main gates. The girls shouted at them to close the gate quickly, and she would do everything to stop these monsters. She screams and says that they don't have time, and then calls out to Eldo, as if addressing these words specifically to him. At this time, the main character stood right in front of the huge dragon and smiled, remembering the good old days. She said that when he first started playing BBO, the dragon was the former strongest boss at the initial level. At that time, This dragon gave the young man a good beating. Back then, even though he had the highest level, he simply lacked the experience. He wonders how many hundreds of times he died. The lightning dragon comes to his senses after waking up and looks straight at the hero standing before him. He then uses his lightning and strikes it straight into the tree that was next to the boy. But Eldo didn't even pay attention to it. He thought that the lightning dragon would cause damage just by its presence, so his business was not very good. But he had his own plan. Suddenly, the dragon uses lightning again and strikes the young man directly, but he remains unharmed. Eldo used anti-magic electricity at this time. This ability gives resistance to electric charges, and with its help, part of the damage can be reduced to 0. The dragon attacks with its huge paw, but Eldo deftly dodges and jumps away from the enemy. He thinks that he seems unable to directly attack this dragon right now. Suddenly, he looks up and sees the divine lightning skill that the dragon is using. The place where Eldo stood is covered by some kind of ball and then explodes. The young man manages to dodge at the last moment. His hair turns lighter from the lightning discharge. He looks at his burnt arm and thinks that this damage is from just being slightly grazed. It's a level of stress beyond what you'd experience with a normal health loss in a game. Divine Lightning is an ability that allows you to strike the ground with lightning of destructive power. If you find yourself in the center, you can die immediately. Eldo is currently level 18, and to fight this dragon you need to be around level 50. Eldo uses self-healing to heal his arm, and then says that he knows what he needs to do since he's defeated this dragon so many times before. This time will definitely be no exception. The young man uses one of his abilities, and many magical seals appear in front of him. The boy uses the following abilities: Attack Field, Enhancement Field, Berserker Field, Ice Field, and Super Magic Field. He thinks that he will activate all the existing fields and also imbue his weapon with Earth Magic, which is the opposite magic of Lightning Dragon Magic. He uses Earth Magic and Super Earth Magic on his staff. His hands begin to shake, and he understands that the load on the body is not as usual, and due to the imposition of abilities, it will be extremely difficult to control them. But in terms of magic, Eldo is several thousand times stronger than the dragon. The young man notices some of the dragon's movements and thinks that he is going to use Divine Lightning again. But everything is not so simple. The boy jumps back and realizes that the dragon is attacking straight down, so it's not hard to dodge. He tells him that he caught him off guard at first, but he won't fall for it again. He runs straight towards the dragon, but it emerges from the ground. The young man realizes that the dragon deliberately raised the dust to limit his field of vision. He realizes that his next attack will be different. Eldo jumps to the side and is lucky because suddenly lightning appears from the side. He wonders if it really is a lightning sprint. If the divine lightning attacks pointwise, then the lightning sprint attacks in a straight line. This is one of the attack patterns of the lightning dragon. The young man dodges one lightning bolt after another. He thinks that even though he can barely see anything, his body remembers the time of the attack. He extends his staff forward and then tries to use his abilities, but realizes that he can't do it. However, powerful boost magic has its big drawbacks. In addition to the huge mana consumption, it is replenished at the expense of health points. He feels like he's losing his life force, which he didn't experience in the game. But with his level, there's no other way to defeat this monster. The dragon uses his paw to disperse the smoke he himself created, and with this, he notices the young man. The boy tries to catch his breath, and then notices how the dragon begins to roar and swing its huge paw. Suddenly, the monster makes a sharp attack and crosses its paws on its chest. This causes a huge cross to spread across the ground. It cuts the earth with the help of air in its claws. The dragon looks around the place where he just cut through the earth and tries to find the young man, but he is not there. Eldo says that he is currently just dodging his attacks thanks to his knowledge from BBO. The dragon is surprised because the boy suddenly appears right above him. Eldo says that even if he, with his low status, attacks head-on, it will not affect him. In other words, this is the only remaining way to attack. The young man raises his staff. He wants to use the strongest attack, into which he will put all possible enhancements. He lifts a single huge boulder of earth above himself, which is even larger than the dragon itself. Eldo says that with this attack, he will finish the dragon once and for all. Eldo then lowers his staff and uses his earth magic ability, Giant Stone Hammer, to make the boulder fall right on the dragon. The dragon falls to the ground from this huge stone and loses consciousness for a moment. Eldo looks at the dragon and wonders if he really managed to win. Suddenly, the monster opens its eyes and feels a huge thundercloud above it. Eldo realizes that the monster is using divine lightning, so it appears to be still alive. He looks up and realizes that the dragon is not using divine lightning at all. He says he hasn't seen it in BBO for a while, but it's a more powerful magic than divine lightning. The trump card that the lightning dragon that shatters the heavens pulls out when he's on the brink of death. The strongest magical attack that cannot be dodged is called Torpedo Extermination. Looking at all this, Eldo understands that if he gets hit, there will be no trace left of him. Eldo raises his hand up and smiles nervously, saying that they must defeat this monster at any cost before it activates its ability. The boy then uses the ability of the giant stone hammer at 1/3 of its size. He realizes that he barely made it in time, but he just wants to win before he is defeated. The huge boulder falls on the dragon again and pins him to the ground with great force. The young man tries to catch his breath, as he has expended a lot of energy. He looks at the crushed corpse of the dragon and wipes the sweat from his face. The young man announces that the taming is complete. The task, which had life at stake, has been successfully completed. While Eldo fought the dragon to the death, Miria was trying to defeat the monsters that wanted to attack the city. The girl launched one series of attacks after another. At one point, she overpowered a huge tiger and then was attacked by an enraged monkey. The monster slammed its paws together, but the girl managed to dodge and jump up. She used her ability to attack the monkey from behind, and thus was able to defeat it. However, her strength was running out, and a crowd of monsters surrounded her. Right in front of the girl stood a huge tiger, and next to it were several more ferocious wolves. The girl realized that there were too many monsters, and she was no longer able to fight. Suddenly, the tiger began to dissolve and soon disappeared completely. The girl was very surprised by this, and then she saw Eldo, who was flying straight to the city. The young man saw several dead monsters and asked the girl if she had dealt with them. Miria replied that the monsters had vanished into thin air due to Eldo's hands. The young man apologized for taking so long to complete the task. Eldo said that he had destroyed the raid boss and that the rampage had stopped. Maria asked if that was true. The young man took out a dragon fang and showed it to her. Maria was surprised and said that the raid boss was an S-rank enemy. He hands her the dragon fang and says that this is his proof. The girl says that these are the remains of S-rank monsters. It's the first time she's seen one, but they give off a sense of trouble. However, the fact that Eldo actually fought one-on-one with an S-rank monster to stop the rampage is impressive. The girl thanks the young man and says that he saved her life again. Eldo says that he should thank the girl, but he wants to ask her for something. Maria replies that she will do everything in her power. He says he wants the girl to say that she was the one who defeated the raid boss and stopped the rampage. Maria is surprised. She screams that she will never say that. She did nothing, so she can't report the elimination of a rank S monster. The reward will also be incredible, so the young man must report himself. Eldo says the girl promised to do everything she could. He says he thinks it would be right for Miria to report this, not him. The system currently only allows you to move up one rank. In that case, it would be better if Miria moved from rank B to rank A than if he increased his rank D to rank C. He says that he himself wants the girl to become an aristocrat, and having an aristocratic ally is quite useful. The girl looks at him awkwardly, then closes her eyes and says that she understands everything. The girl says that she needs to become an aristocrat as soon as possible and pay off her debts. Eldo says that he is sure that the girl will succeed. She says that of course she has already thanked the young man, but she calls him very unusual because a newbie alone cannot defeat an S-rank monster. The girl says that she feels like Eldo is completely out of this world. The young man is surprised and asks the girl what she means. Maria smiles, winks, and then says that she is joking and that such things simply do not happen. Eldo asks Miria to at least say it this time as they agreed. The girl asks him to rely on her, but the young man somehow becomes uneasy. Meanwhile, warriors stood at the city gates to take on the monsters' attacks. They did not understand why the monsters did not come. The man who was on the observation tower also did not understand what was happening, because the monsters should have appeared here by now, but they suddenly disappeared. No one understood what was happening, but suddenly Miria came out to them. The warriors recognized her as the Fire Pike, and then asked her what she was doing there. The girl awkwardly says that she dealt with the S-rank dragon that appeared from the sealed pillar. All the monsters disappeared because she dealt with the main monster. The men repeated the girl's words and asked if she had really defeated him alone. Miria took out a piece of the dragon and said that it would serve as proof. The men looked at the dragon's part and said that even with his low rank he could feel the power coming from that part. They asked if this was all true. Maria said it was true and the riot was over. Everyone was happy and said they were saved. Suddenly, the guild leader comes up to Miria and says that the fire pike did a great job. Be that as it may, it turns out that it was possible to defeat the monster from the sealed pillar in this way. Although he had a hunch that taming the main monster might help, it was so strong that no one had ever been able to defeat this monster before, which was why they waited out the rampage before defending. When the mechanism was broken, the Adventurers Guild leader was very scared. But thanks to Miria, they were all saved. Then the man asked about Eldo. The girl shuddered. She replies that she let him escape. To be honest, he was too tough to fight with an S-rank. The man replies that no matter how strong he is, a rookie is a rookie. The man asks her to tell him more about everything that happened, because no one has ever managed to defeat an S-rank monster before, so the information from her would be very valuable. The girl replied that she remembers almost nothing at all. Eldo, meanwhile, watched the girl from the side and wondered if everything worked out for her. Mentally, he apologized to her. The man asked if the girl really only aimed at the horns. Maria replied that she noticed that it was his weak point, so she constantly directed her abilities at them. The man was surprised and said that usually the horns are the hardest part of the dragon's body, and they are not easy to break. The fact that the girl was able to see a weak spot in them is simply indescribable courage and insight. The girl smiles and says that it is not for nothing that her name is on everyone's lips. The man says that he will definitely report that Miria, nicknamed Fire Spear, defeated a monster of rank S. The girl thanks the man. However, the man says that the reward will be delayed for several days because they have not had such cases before. And he also asks if it is possible to take the dragon's rock as proof of pacification. He says he thinks that such merits could contribute to promotion not just to A rank, but to S rank. But he does not have the authority to make such decisions on his own. He says he will promote her as best he can, but the girl will have to wait for the decision of the Council of Higher Authorities. The girl says she understands. The man then asks permission to thank the girl again, and then bows. This makes the girl very embarrassed. After a while, she leaves the Adventurers Guild building. Eldo is waiting for her there. The young man tells Miria that she has done a good job. The girl says that she was still very embarrassed. The young man apologizes to her. Miria says that thanks to him, she came closer to achieving her goal, but she will definitely not remain in debt. The girl then asks what Eldo plans to do next. The boy replies that he plans to continue completing quests and leveling up. It would be great if there was a place with monsters that were just as strong. The girl replies that they don't usually say about the Forest of Death that the monsters there are moderately strong. The young man asks if the girl doesn't think the same now. Maria smiles and agrees. Then she changes the subject and says that she recently heard something interesting. An adventurer she knew told her about it. He asked the girl if she had heard about what was happening in the city of Urias. Not far from there, in the great forest of Arius, a huge number of monsters appear, so there are clearing quests everywhere. The man says that the girl should go there too, because with her abilities, there will be fewer quests there. The girl says that she'll stay in the city for some time, awaiting a decision. But why shouldn't the young man go there? Eldo says the girl is right. If there are so many tasks, then it's probably better to go. They both know that this is where their paths will diverge. The girl says that since they met, she has done nothing but cause the boy problems, so much so that she will hardly be able to fully thank him. Even though it wasn't that long, she thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Eldo tells the girl not to talk as if they were saying goodbye. He asks her if there is any other way she could do him a great favor and not take credit for his great achievements. The girl is indignant and asks for forgiveness, saying that this will not happen again. Eldo laughs and says that it is just a joke. The girl tells the young man to stop. She is sure that he will not disappear, and then wishes him to take care of himself. The young man tells her to see him. And with that, they say goodbye. Eldo walked out of the city and looked at his path. The boy smiled broadly and said that it was time. He would go to Arius. A heavy downpour began. In the great forest of Arius, A large tiger with huge fangs ran through the forest thicket. The animal was hit on the head with an axe, and then dozens of arrows were fired at it. The huge horned monsters looked at their prey with a smile. They leaned over the tiger's body and tore it into several pieces with their huge hands. The monster roared loudly and began to eat the tiger's meat. He looked up at the sky and screamed. His fellows came up to him and began to eat the animal's meat as well. Eldo flew along it and looked at the map of the area with interest. He said that, if you believe it, it was somewhere here. Nothing was clear from above. He had to go down. The boy landed on the grass. He looked ahead and said that everything was clear. He could not be seen from above. Eldo looked at the city, which was surrounded by a protective wall. An oppressive atmosphere reigned here. He was walking on a suspension bridge that was swinging violently, and below was a fast river. Eldo spoke to look around. Apparently, he would have to walk the entire bridge. A man shouted loudly at him to stay put and not move. Eldo stared in surprise at the stranger who stood guard at the entrance to their village. The man told Eldo that he seemed to have some business in Arius. Tell him what rank he was and why he had come here. The boy raised his head and replied that he was a D rank. Eldo added that he had heard that there were many monster taming quests here, which was why he had come. The man said tiredly that he had thought so. He said he was sorry, but that was outdated information. Sure, there are still monsters here, and there are plenty of quests, but more importantly, there have been a ton of hungry ogres in the last few days. Eldo thought in surprise that the hungry ogres were the strongest B-rank monsters. They had intelligence and could handle human weapons. The guy continued to reason that such enemies are the most dangerous thing that has happened to him so far. Besides, if there are many of them, then there is a boss among them. Most likely an ogre king. He is quite severe. The lightning dragon had mostly pinpoint attacks, so he was able to win by constantly increasing his power. But if they want to defeat him with just numbers and strength, he's unlikely to be able to resist, even though he understands what to do in such a situation. In addition, if somehow the boss is not the ogre king, but a stronger ogre emperor, Eldo smiled and nervously said that perhaps he shouldn't have parted ways with Miria. The guy thought that this time he should act more carefully. The man began to explain that before, the ogres lived only in the very depths of Arius and did not encroach on their territories. But because they feed on monsters, the ogres began to hunt and expand their range. The man added that because of this, the remaining monsters fled from there and poured into the vicinity of Arius. Hearing about this, many adventurers came here and dealt with the monsters. He said in horror that after that they were attacked by hungry ogres. They don't want to sacrifice him, but they can't talk him out of it either. If he suddenly goes into the forest, he has to be very careful there at night. Eldo answered the man that it was good, thanks for the information. The guy went into the city and began to look at the old houses and people who were gloomy and tired. The guy awkwardly said that it was somehow gloomy here, although there was nothing surprising about it, considering that the monsters were approaching the opposite bank. Eldo thought that the mass appearance of ogres, which an ordinary adventurer would never be able to cope with. If things were left as they were, they would destroy this place too. The boy came to the Arius Guild office. Eldo walked in and greeted loudly. He said that he was told that there were tasks here. Eldo looked at the board with the tasks. The guy said that there were quite a few tasks here, but all of them? The girl interrupted him and asked that he was an adventurer and whether he wanted to take on any of them. Eldo looked at her and said yes. He wanted something more difficult. The girl asked him if he was confident in his abilities. Eldo said more or less. She showed the paper and shouted loudly what he thought about it. The task of taming anyone. The object of the task is any monsters. The girl smiled widely. She continued to explain that the task was to kill the creatures and provide their remains as evidence of elimination. The guy took the paper with the task in his hands. Eldo said that it was a desperate task. In fact, he heard that the rest of the monsters were driven away by ogres. The girl replied that there were fewer of them, of course, but they still bothered them. She added that they cannot eliminate them because of the danger of a sudden encounter with the ogres. In her opinion, if he is a strong adventurer, then she begs him to kill at least one monster. Eldo said to fine, he would take it on. Since he could kill anyone, it was a more useful task than the usual ones. The girl happily shouted that she was very grateful to him. The boy headed for the exit, saying that he would go hunting then. The girl shouted after him that it was good. He should take care of himself. Eldo approached the gate. The man said in surprise that it was him. Had he really taken on the task? Eldo replied that he had, for the one that allowed him to kill any monsters. First, he would go and inspect the forest. The man shouted at him to be careful, to come back from there as soon as he felt something was wrong. Once he died, it would be too late to do anything. Eldo replied that it was fine. If it was dangerous there, he would go back. The guy crossed the suspension bridge and went into the forest, saying that come what may, he would try to cope. The boy walked further and further into the forest. He nervously said that he didn't see any monsters here. Had they really all been eaten by ogres? Eldo stopped. He said that he would probably use magic invisibility and magic search to start with. His words were interrupted by a growl coming from behind the bushes. An ogre came out, holding a fox in his arms. She was still trying to resist. The monster and Eldo stared at each other. The guy said with a smile that this was an unexpected meeting. The ogre ate the fox and spat out all the blood towards the guy. Eldo's eyes widened in surprise, but he managed to dodge. The monster ran towards him to get rid of the guy. Eldo created a magic circle that launched a magic defense spell. The ogre broke through his shield with the first blow and threw the guy a long distance. The boy stared at the monster in surprise. The ogre took out his axe and tried to hit Eldo. The boy shouted loudly for him not to get cocky. Eldo got up from the ground and used the spell's sticky bomb on the monster. The ogre's hand was stuck to the tree trunk. Eldo pointed his staff at the monster, which began to glow brightly. The boy screamed loudly that he would get it from him now. Eldo used a spell called Flame Column. The ogre was completely covered in fire. The guy could only see its outline. The fire was very strong. The ogre screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Eldo said that for starters, the monster suddenly opened his eyes and ran towards the forest. The ogre ran on all fours from the guy. Eldo screamed in surprise that he was running away. Was he really running after his fellows? The guy stretched out his hand and released a huge fireball that hit the monster right. This spell is called Fire Sphere. The monster screamed loudly and closed his eyes. He fell on the grass and never got up again. The guy looked at his opponent. Eldo said thoughtfully that the ogre reasoned well for a monster. If he had called his kin, he would have been finished. The boy looked at the clear sky. Eldo said that Miria isn't here, so he has to wait a long time for his magic powers to recover. He needs to be more restrained when using powerful abilities. The guy added that that's why he had to act and defeat them as quickly as possible. Eldo looked at the defeated ogre. He said that still, Eldo thought for a moment and said that the flaming column should have been enough for him. But did he really have a higher status than in the VVO, or was there something else here? A growl was heard from the forest. Eldo stared at the bushes from which 3 wolves jumped out. They quickly ran past the guy. The wolves were breathing heavily and were already tired, but they continued to run. Eldo looked at the wolves in surprise and thought that they didn't even look at him. It felt like the wolves were running from something dangerous and scary. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by an axe that flew into a tree next to the boy's head. Eldo screamed in horror that it was very dangerous. He looked in the direction from which the weapon came. There were 5 huge ogres standing there, each with different weapons. Eldo smiled and said tiredly that they had met in the worst way imaginable. This time, the main character will be an energetic secretary girl, in area after Eldo's departure. The girl yawned and said tiredly that she was very bored here. A tall girl with glasses entered the room, shouting what she meant. The reception desk is the face of the guild. She, the head of the guild branch in Iria, will not tolerate such frivolity. The girl adjusted her glasses and loudly told Teresa that with such an attitude towards work, she was ready to accept her resignation letter at any time. The girl asked the secretary that she was interested to know that it was Eldo, the adventurer she had accompanied while she had to be on duty. The girl continued to say that, for example, they told him about tasks that did not correspond to his rank. There would be a lot of problems if the guild's rating was lowered because of such antics. Teresa said anxiously, "What is this?" She fell silent and thought that it would be better for her to remain silent. She looked closely at her boss. Teresa, without knowing it, had the ability of Future Eye, which allowed her to track the possibility of other adventurers' status increases. She had not yet mastered it, but she made conclusions based on the depth of the visible color. But even so, Teresa still gave everyone a suitable task that they could complete. Teresa thought that even if she told anyone about this, they still wouldn't believe her. The instructor entered the building. He watched as the girls scolded Teresa. The instructor said it wasn't that he didn't understand why she was relaxed. After meeting Eldo, all adventurers seemed like inexperienced children. The girls screamed that the instructor had conspired with Teresa. A guy entered the building shouting that he was greeting everyone. He smiled broadly and said that he would become a prominent person in the future. The guy proudly replied that because of this, they should give him a task higher than rank C. Teresa looked at the guy and thought that he didn't have any special parameters. She continued to reason that the potential is so-so. He can't compare to Eldo. They have nothing in common. The instructor looked at the guy who was too self-confident. The instructor told him that he had to fight him first. It was an adventurer registration test. The guy smiled and asked if he was sure about that. He was a warrior, after all. The instructor smiled slightly and told him that he was sorry, but the profession was not a measure of strength. The guy shouted that he would not complain later. They entered the battle zone. 5 minutes later, the instructor came out without a scratch, but the guy was covered in bruises and scrapes. He had big bumps on his head and his cheek was very swollen. The instructor told him to come back to them again. They escorted the guy out the door. The man smiled and said that it was true. After meeting Eldo, it was terribly boring here. Teresa looked at the man in surprise. The instructor had said that he was the strongest newcomer he had ever met. He might never have the good fortune to meet someone like him again. Teresa looked at her boss and instructor. She said confidently that she had made her decision. At the end of today's shift, she would write a letter of resignation. The boss screamed in surprise that. The instructor asked Teresa that she was leaving to meet him. She smiled and said yes. It seems that Eldo is always interesting to be around. The boss smiled and told her that if she met him, she should tell him that they were not sitting still. The boss, shocked, told them to wait. The boss shouted loudly at Teresa. What does she mean? She really is quitting. The girl had already packed her backpack and left the guild to find Eldo. Memories of the head of a trading company. Eldo shouted in surprise that the staff cost 25,000 Delgian. Mina smiled and said that it was not necessary to pay with money. The girl continued to say that she needed his membership number, written on the back of his guild card. She would buy it for 30,000 gil right now. Mina smiled and said that if he wanted to buy it so much, Eldo interrupted her and said that fine. He would gladly accept her offer and take the staff. The girl handed him a bag of money and said that here was his change, amounting to 5,000 gil. Eldo awkwardly asked that she would even give him the change, as expected from the head of a trading company. Eldo left the house and went about his business. Mina watched him leave from the window. She smiled a little. The maid entered the room, who asked her if she was sure of her actions. The girl added that the lady lied. Mina smiled and asked her what she was talking about, the price of a membership number. The girl said worriedly that even for an A-rank adventurer, it only costs 15,000 gil. The girl continued to say that it was half of what she had given. She had done it on purpose. Mina looked at the girl and replied that of course it was on purpose. Mina said that she was also thinking of giving him an additional reward for completing her task. The girl thought about it and said that yes, for starters, she would probably allocate about 1 billion. The assistant loudly asked that she wanted to give him 1 billion. Is it too much? Mina replied that no, rather it would be too little. He brought benefits 10 times more than the amount she invested. Mina smiled broadly and said that it was possible to take a risk. The assistant looked at Mina in surprise. She thought when Mrs. Mina said, "Take a risk," she was never wrong. He made her say it. The girl said that she understood everything and would do it right away. Mira thanked her. The girl sat down in a chair near the window and looked at the bottle with the elixir. The girl thought it was ready. This pale green medicine spiritual potion. Eldo defeated the dragon. She said that he would definitely become the strongest adventurer in the world. The girl thought and said that, although no, he already is. Mina looked at the sky and smiled widely in anticipation of their imminent meeting with Eltyr. The ogres began to approach the boy. They were grinning widely, showing their sharp teeth. Eldo thought tensely that they were moving faster than expected. The guy continued to reason that if he hesitated, it would be the end for him. In that case, he had to do something. He saw a passage between the high mountains. Eldo ran there with the thought that he was leading them to a narrow path. The guy shouted loudly to the ogres so that they would not come closer. Someone should help him. The orcs smiled widely. They were already imagining their victory over a man. The monsters quickly ran after Eldo. They ran onto a narrow path with a loud roar. The guy blocked their entrance and exit with fire. The orcs were trapped. Eldo thought angrily that he would deal with them all at once in one blow. He shouted for them to get it. He used a flame column that was amplified 5 times. The orcs screamed loudly and tried to break through the fire. Eldo shouted for them to stop. He shot a fireball at them. The orcs fell to the ground, and the boy thought it was all over. Suddenly, one ogre jumped out of the smoke. The boy was shocked to think that he was still alive. The ogre tried to strike, but the boy stuck his sword into it. The monster stopped moving. The boy looked around the battlefield to make sure there wasn't another ogre that had managed to survive. Eldo exhaled heavily and said that he had not used a sword for a long time, but despite everything, the last ogre was stronger than all the rest of his kind. The guy continued to say that in the VRMMO, there was also a differentiation in body hardness, but not so much. With the Garden of Despair, it's the same story. He needs to pull himself together again. Eldo stood in front of the forest and said that he would first use magic search. The guy looked through the forest and said that there was no one nearby. Now he would use magic invisibility. Eldo said loudly that this was just great, and now he could go. There was an explosion. The guy placed the ogres' bodies on the magic circle to transfer them to the guild. He said there were about 20 of them. He thought he'd go back while he still had his magic powers. Eldo headed into town. He was already walking across the suspension bridge. The man who was watching the situation shouted loudly to the boy that he had really returned. It seemed that he had managed to avoid meeting the ogres. Eldo looked at him. He shouted loudly that no, they filled the forest. He had managed to kill about 25 so far. The man asked in surprise what he meant. These ogres are impossible to defeat. The girl in the guild shouted happily that he had killed them. That was really cool. No one had ever done that before. She looked at him carefully for evidence. She said, upset, that it seemed he hadn't brought any evidence of the elimination. Eldo awkwardly said that it was true. He had collected it with his abilities. The girl asked what he had collected them for. Eldo said yes. A portal opened from which the bodies of ogres began to fall out. The girl screamed in horror. Why were there ogres here? Eldo said it was a magic collection. She asked what kind of magic collection. The guy told her there were 25 ogres. The girl, shocked, said he killed 25 of them. She started to leave, saying that she no longer understood what was going on. She would now ask the head of the department. Eldo awkwardly wondered if he had attracted too much attention. The guy continued to reason that although Miria said that he shouldn't do it, the guild doesn't really like lower professions now, especially if you're a newbie. Eldo remembered her words that if he wanted to raise his rank, he should stand out more or less and help them. Maybe then he could qualify for it. The girl came running back, screaming that she was sorry for making him wait. She asked that there was not enough space and if he would go with her to the warehouse. Eldo replied that it was good. They came to a large gate that was open. The warehouse was large and was in a cave. The girl said with a smile that they had arrived. They entered the warehouse. The guy looked around and said that it was spacious. The girl smiled and said that it was because there were always a lot of monsters in our area. A man saw them and shouted joyfully that they had come. He was grateful that they had come to him. He was the head of the Jekas branch. He did not think that there would be a man capable of defeating the ogres. The guy said he was the adventurer Eldo. Jusekas told him they could start transporting the ogres. He was just free. The guy said, okay. The girl turned to the head of the department that he was about to see something cool. He asked in surprise what cool thing he would show. Eldo opened a portal from which ogres fell out. The guy said with a smile that these were the hungry ogres he had killed today. Jekas shouted in shock that this was something. The man asked what this was. Eldo replied that it was magic gathering, an ability that allowed one to gather objects and move them to another dimension. Jekas began leafing through his book. He said that he was hearing about it for the first time, and there was nothing about him in the guild database. Jekas shouted loudly that this was the discovery of the century. He discovered something amazing. He asked the boy if he could report this to the guild's headquarters. Eldo asked the man with great interest what would happen if he did this. Jekas replied that after the ability was thoroughly studied within the guild's internal structures, it would be made publicly available. It would take several years to evaluate. but it would bring a huge reward. Eldo thought that thanks to Mina, he didn't really need money. But with the spread of this ability, it would become much easier for adventurers to hunt. The boy added that it was certainly good. Eldo told the head of the department, Zekim, that it was good, he could do it. Zekim said that he was grateful to him. Eldo thought that if this ability spread, the guild would no longer be surprised every time he used it. Also, if the adventurers in the guild mastered it, the guy added that it would then be easier to deal with associations like the Garden of Despair. Dejacam said that he was now indebted to Eldo. The guy listened to him with a smile. Dejacam said that now they could talk about something else. He would take the ogres from him. He could show the card from the guild. Eldo told the man that it was good. Zekim said, with a smile, that he certainly surprised him by discovering the ability and taming the ogres. Which was expected of a D-rank rookie, the man went silent from shock. But after a few seconds, he shouted that he was a rookie. Zekim asked the guy if this was some kind of mistake. Eldo said no, it was true. He was a wizard, but because of the profession ball, he was treated like a newbie. His real profession was a sage. Zekim asked that he was being treated as a newbie. Did the profession ball not light up? Eldo answered that it did. He thought that, although he had not tried at all, Eldo asked that he could use the abilities of a wizard, and if it was possible to make him be seen as a wizard. The man looked sadly at his card. He said that the profession ball is the only way to register. There are no others. Although it was possible before. Eldo asked with interest that it is no longer possible now. Zekim replied that yes, since Cardinal Georges came to power, professions have become more strict. Professions have become more strict. Professions such as hero or saint, which are now considered inferior, were not previously grounds for discrimination. The man said that he was asking for forgiveness, but alas, he had little power. Eldo replied that no need to pay attention to that. He was asking the impossible from him. Eldo thought that Cardinal Georges, he had heard that name before. If he was the one behind the former high professions becoming low, then he wanted to meet him and talk to him sometime. The boy tightened his grip on his staff and thought that depending on his reaction, he might have to use the knowledge from the VVO for worse purposes. Zekim looked at the map carefully and said that this is... He looked at Eldo and said that he couldn't help him with his profession, but he seemed to be able to raise his rank to C. The guy asked what he would recommend for him to be promoted to. Zekim replied that he did. To advance in rank, he needed recommendations from 3 branch heads, and he already had 2. He got the first one from the branch head in Tazaya. He added that the second was from the head of the capital's department. He doesn't often recommend someone. So what did he do then? Eldo thought about it and said, what did he do? The guy remembered and said that he had just completed a task for the Maxia Trading Company. Eldo thought that perhaps Mina had worked on the recommendation. Zekim said that anyway. Once he wrote the recommendation, Eldo could raise his rank. The guy said that he was grateful for the help, but he wanted to do it as soon as possible. Zekim said with disappointment that for his current merits, rank C would not be enough. I wish this discriminatory system of increasing rank depending on professions would disappear. The girl screamed in alarm that he shouldn't say that. Zekim awkwardly asked the guy not to tell anyone about what he heard. If the higher-ups found out about it, he would definitely be fired. Eldo replied that yes, that was good. Zekim said that despite the disdainful attitude, the rank could still be raised. If he had serious merits, then he could apply to the main headquarters. Eldo responded with surprise that he understood everything. He asked with interest what would happen if he destroyed all the ogres here. The girl and the head of the department stared at the guy in surprise. Zekim shouted in shock. How could that be possible? Of course, that would be more than. Zekim smiled and told the boy that they thanked him for trying to do something. The girl happily shouted that if Eldo could defeat the ogres, he would most likely be able to stay here. The man replied that she was right. Eldo asked with interest that the ogres were really causing so much damage. Zekim replied that yes, that was certainly the case. But the real problem was something else. Zekim said that in terms of resettlement, Eldo asked what the problem was in terms of resettlement. Zekim said that the capital had put forward a proposal to leave this city and resettle elsewhere. He went on to say that there was an order. If the ogres could not be defeated, the plan would be put into action. No one was thrilled about it, especially the locals. Eldo asked what he meant. Zekim replied that there were many old people living here. Even if they left, the ogres would still attack the city, and then they would definitely be finished. Jeckham said angrily that it would probably be more convenient for the higher-ups. Eldo asked what he meant. Wasn't the capital trying to save them in this way? Jeckham replied that they did not think so. No matter how much they consulted the capital on this issue, the answer was always the same. They said that the people should manage somehow themselves. The man added that this plan was a whim of the capital's aristocracy. Eldo asked in surprise that this was a whim of the aristocracy. Jeckham replied that it was because Arius was in the possession of Count Megas. He added that the group that hated the Count was trying to destroy this place under the pretext of attacking monsters. Eldo asked why this Count Megas was hated. Jeckham replied that he was a wonderful person who always cared about even border areas like theirs. The residents loved him. However, the ruling aristocracy did not treat him very well. The man added hesitantly that he was especially hated by Cardinal Georges. Eldo thought it was that man again. He asked why the aristocrats were fighting each other. Jeckham replied that it was because they resisted discrimination against the lower professions. Count Megas tried to support the lower ones. He added that the Count helped the oppressed lower classes from all over the country, inviting them to his estates and giving them work. Eldo thought that was clear. He was disliked for resisting the existing laws. The boy continued to reason that he had heard something useful. If it was true, then maybe he would have a good ally. He told Zakamu that he understood. Eldo continued to say that they would not have to leave the city. He would do everything possible to ensure that. Jeckham said loudly that they owed him. He would prepare a place to stay for him. The boy said, "Okay, thank you very much." Night came and Eldo was lying in bed. He sighed heavily. The boy said that now this task required much more responsibility than he'd expected. Eldo continued to reason that he should get a good night's sleep, so that his magical power would be fully restored tomorrow. The guy remembered his battle with the ogres. The guy said that there were many ridiculous situations today. Tomorrow he will be more attentive to life, because there is always only one. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. A man with long hair watched as a cart entered his territory. A man came to him and called him Count Megas. He said that they had returned. He bowed and told the Count that he apologized for reporting so late. The material aid sent to the southeasternmost village had been delivered. Megas replied that everything was clear. Thank you very much for his work. The man told the Count that he would like to talk to him. It seems that one adventurer of a lower profession accomplished a feat, defeating a sea dragon. Megas said he was glad to hear it. The man told the Count that, moreover, this adventurer was a rookie of rank F. He knew it was hard to believe. But this story was confirmed by the Moxia Trading Company. Megas replied that it was simply wonderful. I would like to meet him at least once, and perhaps also place their hopes on him. Eldo lay in bed and did not even suspect that Count Megas was talking about him. Eldo went outside. He took his staff and said that the magic power had also been restored. Jeckham and the secretary from the guild came up to him. The girl screamed joyfully. Jeckham asked that he had a good rest. Eldo replied that yes, he thanked them. Then he would go look for the gathering place of the ogres. The guy rose above the ground and flew. Jeckham and the girl stared at the sky in shock. They had never seen people fly. The man said that he had just taken off and flown. They told him that he had indeed flown away. At that time, Teresa went on a journey alone in search of Eldo. The girl tried to catch fish in a small lake. Eldo was flying over the forest. He said that first they needed to find the enemy's lair. The guy thought that the ogres were spawned by the boss. This time they needed to deal with every single one. He looked in surprise and saw 3 travelers. Eldo said that they were his own. He could use some reinforcements. The guy flew on in search of ogres. He said that he wanted to see something as soon as possible. If he flies around for too long, he will waste all his strength. The guy looked down and shouted, "That's it." Eldo went down and used magic invisibility. He looked down at the roots of a large tree that grew in the ravine. The guy heard footsteps. There was a group of ogres. There was a huge ogre, and his kinsmen of normal height were standing nearby. Eldo shouted in surprise that this was the Ogre King. Since they were all here, this must be their lair. The guy started to leave, saying that he found out where it was. Perhaps he should go back and prepare better. Eldo entered the village and heard screams. Someone told him not to take them for fools. There was a crowd of people in the square. He went up to the guild secretary who was standing nearby and asked if something was wrong. The girl pointed at the three guys. The tallest man shouted that they had already told them everything. People should leave Arius. Eldo shouted in surprise. What did he mean? Another guy showed a paper and said that everything is written here. This is an order from the main capital church. They are carrying out a task. It is written here that the method of carrying out the order is any at the discretion of the executors. He shouted that, in other words, their orders were equal to the capital's. They had to liberate Arius. Zakam shouted in horror that this was such nonsense. People screamed that the capital would not issue such a cruel order. They cannot leave right now. Outside, everything was filled with ogres. One of the men asked what the ogres were doing. His friend replied with a smile that he had stopped talking nonsense. They had not encountered any ogres on their way here. Eldo thought that it was because he had killed all the ogres in the area. The man shouted at them to stop talking nonsense. It was time for them to get ready. Nearby, Jekum kept repeating that this was stupid. The guy replied that it was an unpleasant situation. The man looked at Eldo in surprise. He hadn't noticed him. Zekum said that if this was really an order from the capital, they couldn't resist these men. Eldo said that Count Mabus's situation could get worse. Jukam said tiredly what they should do. One of the men took out a sword and asked what they were doing there. He shouted at them to move. The man used his sword to cut through several barrels and boxes of their food. The woman screamed loudly that these were their food supplies. He smiled evilly and asked what was wrong. They would end anyway. The woman fell to her knees and cried loudly. She said that it was a nightmare. It was a generous gift from Count Mikas. Eldo cast a vicious hanging spell. A magic circle formed under the man's feet. A rope appeared, pulling him up by the neck. He hit his head on the rocks. The rope came undone, and he fell down. Eldo used the landing spell. The man landed on the ground, but did not suffer any injuries from the fall. His friend asked loudly what had just happened. The man was lying unconscious on the ground. Eldo came forward saying that he had done it. He couldn't watch it any longer. Jekum said worriedly that it was not necessary. Eldo replied that they would not be able to fulfill their demands anyway. Let them not worry. He would deal with them. The man angrily asked what he was. Eldo replied that he was just a D-rank rookie. The man laughed loudly and shouted that mere rookies didn't act like that. Eldo replied that yes, that was true. Those who had a higher level could not activate the same abilities that he used. In other words, he had a lower level than some newbie. The man shouted loudly for the newbie not to get cocky. Eldo smiled and said no. He was just telling the truth. The man angrily shouted for him to die. He tried to hit him with a spear, but Eldo used the spell, Power Strike. The guy said, "What a problem. They call themselves guards, but they themselves are so." Eldo said angrily that he doubted they could protect the villagers from the ogres. The boy asked that they weren't going to protect them. The man said in shock, "How did he know that?" Eldo hit the man in the face with his staff as hard as he could. The man fell to the ground next to his friend. Eldo said loudly that, whatever the case, they were weaklings. Let them go and at the same time tell their client that there was no longer any need to leave Arius. Eldo added that it was because a rookie adventurer of rank C will destroy all the ogres. The men grabbed his friends and ran away screaming. He said that they would remember them. Eldo watched as these bandits ran away from the village. He said that it was the first time he heard someone actually throwing out such phrases. Jekum ran up to the guy. Eldo looked at the man and told him that he apologized for his liberties. If anything happened, let them say that it was the work of a wandering adventurer. The guy thought that he never thought he would attract attention in such a way. Perhaps redirecting the group's hatred towards him was also useful for the city. Jekum said sadly that he would apologize if he could only fight back. Eldo replied that there was nothing he could do. He understood why he did not want to resist orders from above. The boy added that he had a bad feeling. Perhaps this move really was a setup. Zekum asked excitedly what he meant by it being a setup. Eldo asked the man if he knew of such an artificially created monster as Devil's Poison. Zekum awkwardly told his interlocutor that he did not. Eldo said that her ability is that she makes all the monsters in the area where she is buried violent. In addition, the monsters not only become more violent, but also stronger. The boy added that this had been bothering him since the first battle. Their hunting grounds had become exhausted, and there were so many of them that they hunted even near people. The ogres themselves would soon disappear. Eldo went on to say that at the same time this forced relocation plan was unfolding, he believed that it could be thought that it was all set up. Zekum asked in shock that this was really organized by the capital. Eldo replied that although they said they were carrying out the order of the capital, it was probably a bluff to increase their power. Eldo continued to say that maybe this plan belongs to the haters of Count Magus and those involved in this. Zekum, stuttering, said that it couldn't be. Eldo said hesitantly that, judging by the scale of this plan, the organizers must have quite a bit of influence. Perhaps this was Cardinal Georgis's plan. Zekum loudly asked if he was crazy. No matter how much they hated Count Magus, why would they go that far? Eldo replied that it was just a guess. The guy added that that's why he wanted to keep this conversation between them. Zekum replied that, well, he was right. Eldo thought that, yes, it was all about opportunity. The guy continued to reason that it would be better to act, keeping in mind the worst-case scenario. The reason is that there is terrible poison in the VVO. Choose a monster that only the Garden of Despair could produce. And if they were connected to Georgis, then this world was gradually approaching its end. Eldo told Zekum that he would ask him for something after completing the task. The man confidently replied that he could ask for anything. Eldo said he was grateful. It wasn't really a request. He wanted Zekum to introduce him to Count Magus. The man smiled and said, "Of course." He added that he was sure the Count would be glad to meet him, but he was confident in his decision. Count Magus was at odds with Cardinal Georgis. Friendship with such a count meant... Eldo interrupted him and said yes, he was going to join Count Magus. He would not let Cardinal Georgis do whatever he wanted. Zekum smiled happily. He said that he would also be very grateful if he became an ally of Count Magus, including him. There are many employees in each branch of the guild who do not like Cardinal Georgis because of the deterioration of the profession system. He added that he would ask good friends to give him a warm welcome. If he needed anything while he was here, he should contact him immediately. Eldo replied that was fine. The boy asked if he would prepare a large quantity of oil for him. Zekum responded in surprise that he thought that if he collected from the entire village, he would get the required amount. The man asked with interest why he needed so much oil there. The guy looked into Zekum's eyes and confidently answered that he would burn the entire forest along with the monsters. Zekum asked loudly that he wanted to burn the forest. He didn't want that. Maybe he would change his mind. Eldo answered that, no, there was no need to be afraid. He wasn't going to burn everything. The guy added that he was only going to burn their lair. Zekum replied that that was it. The man quickly started to leave so that Eldo could wait for him. He would bring oil now. Eldo replied that he thanked her very much for helping with the preparations. The man rolled a cart with butter. The guild secretary came with him and helped the man. Zekum said he was asking forgiveness for the wait. This is the best oil he could find. Even one drop of it will burn to the sky. Eldo said he was very grateful. The boy said he wanted to put it in the magic vault. Zekum said loudly that it was okay. Eldo opened a portal and they started pouring oil into it. The girl said in surprise that oil was pouring in. She asked with interest that the storage would not overflow. Eldo answered that everything was fine. There should be enough space. The guy added that it was better not to carry it in barrels. It was more efficient. That way he could pour it out right away. Zekum was amazed and said that it was so convenient. Eldo poured out the barrel and said that it was the last one. The boy looked at the secretary and Zakami and said that he was grateful for their help, and now he was leaving. The girl screamed at him to stop and wait. She added that the sun was already setting. It was too dangerous to leave now. Eldo replied that no problem, there was one skill that would be useful at night. You could say that it was even more convenient at night. Zekum asked if he was sure about that. The boy replied that he was, and that ogres usually hunted during the day. Zekum shouted loudly that he understood everything. He wanted to use a surprise attack. Eldo replied that he would try to pull it off, although he was a little nervous. Zekum scratched his head and said that he understood him, that he should be careful. Eldo replied that it was good. It was time for him to go. The boy took off and flew towards the ogres. Zekum said that he was relying on the adventurer Eldo. The girl began to pray that everything would go well. Eldo looked at the ogre settlement. The guy said that there were several sentries here. First, he would scout out the enemy positions. He used a magic search spell. The guy saw where all the ogres were. Eldo said that there were dozens of regular ogres, and the Ogre King was the only boss. If everything went according to plan, he would finish everything quickly. He said it was time to try. Eldo opened the storage from where the oil was burning. The guy flew around the entire tree in a circle so that the oil would spread evenly. Eldo finished with the oil and flew away from the tree. Eldo screamed that all that was left was to light it. He flew up to the ogre with the torch and kicked him in the face. The monster fell and his torch ended up in a tree. Eldo quickly flew away so as not to be hurt. The whole tree was covered in fire. Eldo shouted loudly that it really was burning well. They should soon be leaving through the passage he had left. The ogres began to run out of the tree. Eldo thought, great, he can destroy their lair with minimal mana. He cast the sticky bomb spell. The ogres stepped in the sticky substance and were unable to move. Eldo raised his staff and shouted loudly that he was using Attack Field, Ice Field, and Ice Enchantment. The guy raised a huge rock and used the spell Giant Meteor. The rock fell on all the ogres and crushed them. Eldo said that it was great, and now the rock pushed the huge ogre away and came out of the tree. The guy said that it was time for the boss fight. The ogre looked at Eldo, who was flying in the sky. He tore off half of the tree trunk and tried to strike. The boy managed to dodge the blow. Eldo looked at the destruction from one blow of the Ogre King. He thought that the monster might not fight like in World War II. In the game, it usually uses brute force and attacks head-on, using the environment. The ogre hit the rock and huge chunks flew at Eldo. He used a magic circle to protect himself. Eldo thought angrily that he was in trouble. The boy reflected all the stones. The monster hit the rock again, so that the pieces flew at the man. Eldo shot a fireball at him. It hit the monster right in the face, but he just scratched his cheek as if he had just been bitten by a mosquito. The guy looked at the ogre angrily. He thought irritably that in addition to his own resilience, he was also strengthened by the poison of the demon worm. But there was a way out. The monster swung for another blow. The monster hit the rock again, and rocks flew at Eldo. The guy used the wind run spell. He quickly reached the monster and kicked him in the face with all his might. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the boy used the spell Explosion. The ogre's head exploded, and he fell onto the burning tree. Eldo thought that even if he was strong with poison, he would hardly survive if it burned him from the inside. The guy continued to reason that it only worked because he was huge and slow. Wind Run is a skill that is perfect for dodging and surprise attacks. However, it is a dash, meaning the direction of movement is easy to predict. Eldo looked at the magic circle that appeared above his head in surprise. He shouted in shock that this couldn't be happening. After defeating the boss, another one appeared. The guy looked at the monster that appeared and said that it was an ogre emperor. The monster jumped onto a huge stone and left footprints on it. Then he broke the whole stone with his hands. Eldo thought that no matter how you look at it, he was dangerous. He grabbed the tree and sat on a branch. The guy looked at the ogre. He thought angrily that the ogre was a king, and now also an ogre emperor. He continued to reason that this was different from the VVO. Could it really be their handiwork? If they were able to summon a boss monster, then he couldn't ignore it. Eldo came to the conclusion that he needed to deal with this guy first. The monster cast a spell and found Eldo sitting in a tall tree. The guy was shocked to think that the monster could use search magic. The monster ran at Eldo and smashed its head through the tree the guy was hiding in. Eldo managed to hide in the ogre's main tree. The ogre started to hit the tree to get Eldo. The guy released a fire arrow. He thought that after hitting with his skill, the flames would envelop the enemy. He decided that he would first test if he could handle it. The ogre simply grabbed the arrow with his palms. Eldo screamed in surprise that he wanted to use that first. The boy thought that the Ogre King would be affected by the attack. The power of the demon worm's poison was beyond imagination. He shouldn't panic now. He had the knowledge he gained in the VVO. The boy continued to reason that he also had experience gained in this world. He should be able to handle it. Eldo fired several fire arrows at the monster again. The ogre got rid of everyone. Eldo smiled and created a magic circle near the monster. He used the spell Fire Pillar. The The ogre's entire head was on fire and he screamed loudly. Eldo smiled and said happily that it was great. He thought that he probably hadn't done much damage to him, but now he had time to think. The monster slapped himself in the face and looked at the man. Eldo angrily shouted that there must be a way to stop him despite the high magical defense. The guy remembered something and joyfully shouted that for sure. Eldo thought he could get out of this alive. He could do something, but he would have to use the material from that boss. The guy looked at the monster, who was smiling while his head was on fire. The boy decided that there was no point in feeling sorry for the ogre. Eldo decided to use a spell that was considered forbidden. The boy got into a fighting stance and shouted loudly that he had summoned magical erosion. Eldo released a spell that looked like dust. The ogre tried to grab the cloud of dust, but it didn't work. The entire monster was covered in magic dust. The boy looked at the ogre suffering and thought that magical erosion was a magical attack that penetrated the enemy's body, distorted his magical power, and destroyed the body from the inside. Eldo continued to reason that this spell is called forbidden. It is not used for several reasons. First, everyone in the radius of the attack except the caster is attacked. Therefore, before using it, you need to make sure in advance with the help of magic search that no one is nearby. Secondly, the spell requires a material from the boss, which is destroyed after use. In order to it forbidden to use this spell in raids. This spell has many disadvantages, but in this situation, there is no better option. This spell is perfect for the demon worm's poison. This is the best countermeasure. The ogre's arm hardened and broke off from the monster's body, who looked at his limb in surprise. Eldo thought that the poison strengthens the monsters in the radius, which means their magic power will be easier to absorb. Distorted magic power is also absorbed. The monster knelt down and screamed loudly. Eldo cast the forbidden spell again. The boy looked at the burning tree and noticed that the fire could spread to the next tree. Eldo said that they had to put out the flames quickly. The ogre stood up and looked at the boy angrily. Eldo said loudly that it was time to end this. He screamed and decided to use the spell again. The ogre aimed his fist at the boy with all his might. Before he could hit Eldo, his other arm fell off. The monster fell to the ground. The boy had defeated the ogre emperor. Eldo was breathing heavily. He looked at the defeated monster and said in amazement that thank God he had won. He looked at the fire and sent the ogre to his magical warehouse. The guy said that he would now take care of the firefighting since the ogres were finished. It was a pity that he couldn't get material from the ogre emperor, but he thought that the corpses of the regular ogres and the ogre king would be enough. The guy saw a crystal on the ground. He happily shouted that it was a stone of wisdom. He happily thought that there was a high probability that the quality of the drop from a monster defeated by magic erosion would deteriorate. He continued to reason that he was lucky and got a rare material. Eldo said that now he still needed to clean up. The guy ran through the forest and used the spell Magic Search. He saw where the vase was. He shouted joyfully that this was where the demon worm's poison was. Eldo released a pillar of ice into the ground to destroy the curse. The guy said loudly that it was great. Now the monsters wouldn't be so aggressive. He looked at the forest and thought angrily that there were no more ogres left in this area. Eldo continued to speculate on whether it was possible to predict the appearance of the ogre emperor in advance, when the ogre king had already been defeated. How successfully would it be possible to apply his knowledge from the VRMMO to the enemies of this world? The guy said that there was no point in racking his brains. It was time for him to go back. In the guild, the girl tried to wake Zekum. She shook him by the shoulders with all her strength. The secretary screamed that she was asking him to wake up. It was unfair that Mr. Eldo was fighting alone like this. The man said tiredly that he understood everything, but he couldn't bring himself to get up. Eldo stood next to the girl and said with a smile that the sun was already high. Zekum muttered that, "Okay, you would get up now." The secretary and Zekum shouted in surprise that he had returned. Zekum stood up from his chair and shouted loudly that he was so battered. He asked him excitedly that he was not injured. Eldo replied that the battle location was simply not very good. The guy smiled and added that they shouldn't worry. He had dealt with all the enemies. The secretary and Zekum joyfully pounced on Eldo with hugs. Eldo said tiredly that he was asking for forgiveness, but this time he was tired. The guy fell to the floor unconscious. The girl screamed excitedly. What happened to him? The sun set and Eldo opened his eyes. He asked what happened and where he was. The guy sat up and looked around the room. Eldo said that this was Elias's tavern. So that's it, he seemed completely exhausted. The girl ran into the room with a smile. She joyfully shouted that he woke up. The guy had been lying like that for 2 days. She was already starting to worry. She would go and tell the boss everything. The girl added that if he was hungry, the food was ready. He could come down. After her words, Eldo's stomach growled loudly. He got dressed and left the room. The girl greeted him happily. She shouted to Zekum, who was on the second floor, that Eldo had arrived. Zekum shouted that he seemed to be feeling better. Zekum added that he was very grateful for the way he dealt with the ogres. He still had a lot of words of gratitude to express. But one gentleman wanted to meet him. Eldo looked at the man in surprise. Suddenly, the Count came out and said that he was Eldo's newcomer. The guy cautiously asked who he was. The man went down the stairs. He approached Eldo and said with a smile that it was nice to meet him. His name was Migas. He was a humble count from the borderlands. The Count was a great man. Eldo said awkwardly that the Count had come such a long way. Migas replied that he had received a letter from the guild of this city, so he came here to help. The Count smiled and added that he had been waiting for a man like Eldo for a long time. The manager had told him all about such a great newcomer. He asked Eldo to join him. Migas extended his hand and said that he really needed Eldo's help in this difficult time. Together they could end the Jor's era and make life better for the people. Eldo smiled and shook the Count's hand. He said loudly that yes, he agreed. Georges was in his liver too. The Count thanked him for his help in eliminating Georges. The Count said that they had much to discuss. They could talk over food. Migas looked at the secretary and the man and said that they had prepared a real feast for him. He added that it would be a shame if everything got cold. Eldo happily said that thank you very much. He would eat with great pleasure. The guy sat down at the table and looked in surprise at the whole table of treats. He said happily, "Wow." The girl said with a wide smile that they had prepared a lot. He shouldn't be shy. He should eat his fill. Zekum said he thought it would be better if they discussed the details in private. They would leave them. The Count thanked the man for his understanding. Migas and Eldo sat down opposite each other. The Count told the boy that, first of all, he asked to be allowed to thank him. These ogres were a serious problem. He was already gathering a squad to deal with them, and suddenly, he showed up and solved the problem. Migas placed a small chest in front of the boy and said that thanks to it, the village was saved. Although he did not ask for anything in return, he asked him to accept this as a reward. Eldo opened the chest and shouted in surprise that it was the Stone of Wisdom. He was sure he wanted to give it away. He had a whole collection of them. The Count replied that he didn't know what it was for. The Count added that he had heard that Eldo was interested in the Stones of Wisdom. This was also gratitude for getting rid of Georges' people, and now they would talk about the main thing. Migas said that Eldo must know. Georges hates him very much. It's not just about hiding subordinates. In fact, there's something else. Eldo interrupted him and said that Georges is working with the Lodge of Despair. The boy added that he at least had his suspicions about it. The Count looked at Eldo and said that he was surprised he already knew so much. Eldo said that he thought it was possible, although he was not sure yet. The Count told Eldo that he was sure he was right. His men had witnessed the meeting between Georges' subordinates and the Lodge of Despair. Georges then got rid of his men so that they could not obtain evidence. Migas added that they are still working behind the scenes. Both sides are helping each other get stronger, and something needs to be done before the situation gets out of control. Eldo said no. They shouldn't hurry. The Count asked him in surprise what he meant. The boy replied that this time they had created a special poison to gather the monsters together. Eldo went on to explain that he was the reason the monsters around here were so vicious. Once they were done with this town, they would move on to the next one, and so on. The Count asked in shock that he was telling the truth now. But they had already done so much damage. How terrible it was. Eldo said that it was not the worst thing. There was something worse. The guy angrily said that they sacrifice people, turning their souls into magic, and there is also a spell that can cause a huge disaster. Migas looked at the boy in surprise. Eldo said that, be that as it may, the number of Georges' followers continues to grow. With their help, the Bed of Despair can cause a magical catastrophe, and then the world will come to an end. The Count shouted loudly that this couldn't be. He asked the boy if such magic really existed. Eldo replied that it was the pure truth. What was the point of him lying? Magus asked how such a thing could happen. But where did Eldo get such information from? The guy answered that he heard about it in the place where he once studied. Now that place is gone. Eldo added that so far, what he had heard matched their actions. So the worst could be assumed. Magus said that it was understandable, but if the enemy was strong, it did not mean that they were going to surrender. Eldo asked the Count if they could possibly have a chance to win. The bed of despair was already a problem in itself. And with Georges, what could they do? Magus replied that he was right. Therefore, their first step should not be to defeat them, but to weaken their position first. He was ready to sacrifice his life. Eldo looked at him in surprise. The Count said that Georges' policy of disdain for the lower classes was now being questioned. Magus added that this was one of the reasons why it was decided to promote Milia's flame spear to rank A. Eldo asked in surprise that he had attracted Milia. The Count said that for the first time, the mighty Georges couldn't handle an S-rank monster on his own, and he needed her help. All the adventurers are talking about this. Eldo smiled and said, "Okay, that's good news." He thought he was glad the Storm Dragon's defeat had been useful. The Count added that it didn't mean he wouldn't reconsider his policy. Magus said that simply Flaming Spear was too good. Eldo's success will be a starting point. Thanks to his and the newcomer's success, people will increasingly talk about revising the system. The Count added that he himself would spread rumors of his achievements to undermine the system. Eldo asked if he was sure. It was like declaring war on Georges. The guy added that he would no longer cover the monsters with work, but would come out in the open. They would simply kill him. Magus replied that, so be it. He continued to say that this would simply show Georges' hostility and malice once again. If his sacrifice could unite people against him, he would not mind dying. Magus said that there had never been such an opportunity, that now was the time to change everything. Eldo thought that was the Count's plan. He told him that it was certainly a good idea, but that it had its flaws. The Count looked at him with interest. Eldo said that luck was too significant a factor. The probability of his success was about 30%. The boy asked if the chance of success was too small to risk the fate of the world for. Magus said loudly that he understood, but he had no choice. They were much stronger than them. Eldo confidently said that it would be better to strike Georges more directly. For example, to exploit his weaknesses so that they could get rid of them with less effort. The Count asked that if they had had the opportunity earlier, they would have done so long ago, and they knew about his weaknesses. Eldo awkwardly said that he was asking for forgiveness, but no. Magus said that he thought so. Eldo said that he just didn't know his weaknesses yet. He was a nobleman, just like Georges, so he wanted to ask him a few questions. The Count replied that of course he could ask whatever he wanted. Eldo asked why Georges had so much power. This was a kingdom. The king had to have the highest power, so why did Georges' words carry so much weight? The boy added that the position of a cardinal should be the second most important in the church, so why not? Magus replied that he was only a low-ranking aristocrat. The man continued to explain that he had gained power about 5 years ago, all because of one incident. The king and a nobleman had fallen ill with a strange epidemic. Georges brought them a panacea and thus saved their lives. Eldo asked what kind of panacea it was. Magus replied that it was a cure for any disease. The boy thought that was clear. There was such a potion in the VRMMO. He asked that the panacea was very valuable, wasn't it? The Count replied that yes. Even the materials were hard to come by. That was why Georges, who brought the panacea, was recognized as an aristocrat in the royal court. Magus added that Georges had become a top aristocrat, recognized by the king himself. Now he thinks that he pulled it all off with the Garden of Despair. But if you tell anyone about it, you'll be laughed at. The Count continued to say that they would say about you that you were jealous of Georges, and he himself continued to strengthen his power. He introduced a monopoly on medicines. Now even the royal family has a hard time getting them just like that. Eldo replied that it was clear that was it. He asked the Count if that was the case. Wasn't that his weakness? Magus asked loudly what he meant by that now. Eldo said he knew how to mass-produce healing potions and other medicines. The boy asked why they didn't turn his strength into Georges' weakness. Magus asked loudly that he was serious now. He would be able to get such a rare thing as the Berdrana herb. He would be able to mass-produce medicine. Eldo said most likely. Manga said it was hard to believe, but since he was the one saying it, he would believe Eldo. He had done enough amazing things for him to trust him. Mika said that he understood everything. For now, he will refrain from any action. He asked Eldo that he could make a panacea. The guy confidently answered that he could. In the castle, the king sat on the throne. A servant knelt before him and said that Georges was asking for an audience. The king said that he should come in. A tall man entered the hall. Georges said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man knelt before the king. The man told him to stand up. He asked Georges why he had come. Georges asked if he could give the soldiers the equipment. The king asked if he wanted to use them in battle. The man replied that he did not yet, just to prevent any undesirable events from happening. The king replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but he could not hand over the equipment and soldiers of the kingdom to the control of a nobleman. Georges asked what he had forgotten, that he was alive entirely due to him. The king thought for a moment and replied that it was fine. The knights would be under his command. Georges told him not to worry. It was all for the sake of peace in their kingdom. Eldo went into a herbal shop and asked the shopkeeper if he had any cemented tayumame. The man asked in surprise that he wanted to buy tayumame. The man added that he had some, but they were only good for feeding cattle. He asked why he needed it. Eldo replied that it was only for the sake of the kingdom's bright future. Eldo and Migas began to disperse. The count told the boy that he wanted to thank him again. If the medicine could be mass-produced, it could save many lives. Migas added that since Georges had a monopoly on the production of medicines, he was selling them at a huge price. Eldo replied that he had nothing to be grateful for yet. The count said he was right and apologized for being so happy. First, they needed a plantation of Berdana grass. They hadn't found a way to do that yet. Eldo replied that he didn't think he could. The count asked him with interest what he was going to do. The man asked excitedly that he really wanted to take over his plantation. The boy replied that no, it was too dangerous. Eldo asked if the count could get the seeds of the Berdana. Migas replied that there was no already grown plant, but the seeds could be obtained. The count added that if Eldo needed them, he would get them. The guy confidently replied that there would be no problem then. If there was no plantation, he would create one and grow his own plants. Eldo climbed the waterfall with a flight spell. He installed a magical storage at the place where the water falls. The guy said that it was great. Everything he needed. Eldo said that he had to find a suitable place where it would be better. The guy rose high above the city and began to examine the area to find a suitable place. Eldo thought he would need a place where there was magic, and it would be better to be closer to Elias than in the place where the ogres lived. The boy saw something and happily said that there was a path outside the city. He thought that stable production required labor. First, a normal road had to be laid. It was better to start with the fastest. He flew to this path. Eldo said that he would go here. The boy thought that now he would see if this method would work. This would prove to Count Migas that he could be trusted. The boy scattered the seeds along the path, saying that first he would plant the Teyumame seeds and then he would water them. He opened the storage and cast the water cannon spell. The water he collected from the waterfall spilled onto the path. Eldo said that the seeds were sparsely scattered. The soil was not cultivated, and there was not enough water to rot the seed. The boy decided that there should be no problem with the tayumame. Eldo stretched out his hands and decided that the most important thing was for the seeds to germinate. He used the spell Magical Mockery. Wolves appeared in front of Eldo. He looked at them and thought that he had attracted the monsters with the taunt spell. The wolves jumped on the guy who had used the ice block spell. All the wolf monsters were dead. The boy said that it was great. He was asking for forgiveness, but he would have to use them as fertilizer. Eldo thought that the Taymame was capable of absorbing monsters. The guy said that it would take time. For now, he could go back to the city. After 2 days, the plants sprouted. Eldo said in surprise that so many had already grown. He added that they grow very quickly. Eldo cut one bush of grass, saying that the monsters become fertilizer. This is Tayumame's absorption of monsters. Eldo thought that when Tayumame absorbed monsters, it also absorbed the magical power of these animals. Eldo cleaned the grass and collected its grains in a handkerchief. He said happily that great, he had collected everything. Eldo used the fire ring to burn the no longer needed grass. He looked tiredly at the fire. Eldo thought that all this was necessary for growing the Bradana herb. The roots of the Tayu Mam, having absorbed the magical power, kill other plants, and the Bradana seeds are vulnerable and will be quickly absorbed by the roots. The boy added that because of this, it was necessary to burn the roots of the Tayu Mam with fire magic. The boy thrust his sword into the ground. He thought that the Bradana grass could not grow in a normal environment. Eldo continued to reason that grass grows where it can absorb the magical power of monsters. After the death of a monster, the magic dissipates into the surrounding space. He added that most of this magical power was not available to plants in their original form, so simply placing the monster's corpse next to the Bradana grass was not enough, which is where the Teyume came in handy. He crushed the seeds and sprinkled them on the ground. Eldo thought that the Tayu Mam had absorbed the monster's magic power into itself. If it was used as fertilizer, the Bradana grass would be able to grow. Eldo continued to scatter the seeds, saying that all that was left was to plant the Bradana seeds and wait for them to grow. Then he could use them for medicine. Eldo looked at the Bradana grass with a smile and said that there was a lot. He returned to the city and placed the grass in front of the Count. Migas asked loudly where so much came from. The Count said in disbelief that it was impossible. He had actually succeeded. Eldo replied that yes, he had grown it from the seeds the Count had given him. Migas said that, surprisingly, the rumors about him were true. The Count took the herb in his hands and said that from this amount it would be possible to prepare at least 20 preparations. If stable production could be established, it would be a real revolution in medicine. Eldo said they would need space and manpower for mass production. The Count said fine. If he told how he did it, he would do his best. Desicam entered the room. Eldo asked him that there was a road outside the city. It leads to Elias. The man answered that there used to be a field there, so people walked along this road. The man added that no one uses it now. Eldo asked what he meant. They will be able to use it. Jeckham replied that he thought so, but everything there is overgrown. It will be difficult to make a field again. The owner continued to say that there was now a huge stone there that they would hardly be able to remove. Eldo took out a box with the stone and replied that he would think of something. The other day the Count gave it to him. Magus asked what it was. Eldo interrupted him and said that it was a wisdom stone. It could enhance skills. The Count said that he thought it was an ordinary gem. Jekka smiled and told Eldo that he was already strong. Now he would become even stronger. Magus said that they would leave the clearing to Eldo, and he would look for his comrades. The Count looked at the boy and said that they would set up production and then they could start selling on the market. Eldo replied that if they could strike at the monopoly, they would weaken them. The boy added that if nothing worked out, they would die in vain. Eldo asked the Count if he was sure he didn't want to refuse. Mijas confidently said that yes, he was ready. The Count said loudly that he had originally intended to sacrifice his life for success, but he had given him a chance to stay alive. Eldo looked at Magus carefully. He thought it was a stupid question, but the Count, who was ready to do anything for his people, should not die at the hands of Georges. Eldo and the secretary went down to the city warehouse. Eldo used light magic to illuminate the way. He told the girl that it was clear. From here you can get to the back. She smiled and said that it was correct. The secretary added that humanitarian aid was being delivered here, received from Mr. Magus. Eldo responded in surprise that it was. She said that it was the only way to get there. It was very convenient for conducting covert operations. The girl turned the key in the lock and said what she thought. The owner had already told him that everything there was overgrown and it would be difficult to create a field. They went outside and saw a large stone that blocked the sun. Eldo said in surprise that it was a real mountain. The girl awkwardly replied that yes, it seemed that this stone had fallen off the nearest mountain during the disaster. She added that it was okay if he decided to give up on the idea, although they could settle down around the stone. Eldo replied that it was okay. He would break it now. The girl screamed in shock. What did he mean? Eldo hit the staff and used the steam blast spell. The blow hit the center of the stone, which was covered in dust. The dust settled and a stone with a small hole in the center appeared. The girl looked at the guy in shock. Eldo said that it was clear. No matter how much he shoots, he still won't be able to break it. The secretary shouted loudly that it was wrong to use such powerful magic without warning. Eldo awkwardly replied that he apologized for that. He added that he did not expect the stone to hold up. It would be better for her to move away. Eldo said with a smile that the attack would be stronger now. The girl sat down on the grass not far from Eldo. She said that it was the first time she saw one. The girl asked what he could do even stronger. Eldo answered that yes, he uses this. The guy took out a bottle with liquid. The girl asked what it was. Eldo replied that he had created a potion of wisdom, using the stone of wisdom and the herb of Berdana that he had received from the count. He would drink it and his skills would be enhanced. The girl watched in surprise as Eldo drank the strange drink. She awkwardly said that she didn't know that stones could be drunk. The guy replied that they tasted terrible. Eldo said that the skill was steam explosion, now enhanced steam explosion. The boy's hands glowed white. He said loudly that he had completed the preparation. She better hide. The girl screamed that it was good. She hid behind a rock that stood nearby. Eldo pointed his staff at the rock and thought that the enhanced steam explosion was only one level stronger than the normal steam explosion. He continued to reason that in VVO, one level mattered. Just a level. But that was already a huge difference. He was looking forward to seeing how much stronger the spell had become. Eldo hit the staff and used a powerful steam blast. A huge explosion occurred which tore out the trees with their roots. The girl screamed loudly in fear. Jeckum and the Count were sitting at the table when the earth shook. The owner shouted loudly that it was an earthquake. Eldo looked at the huge hole in surprise and said that he thought so. It became much stronger. The girl asked in horror what it was. Eldo replied that the explosion he had fired at the very beginning was only magic of the first power level. She asked if it was magic. It looked more like a natural disaster. Eldo replied that he did something with the big rock after all, so they should go back to the guild. They were met by Jeckum, who said that he knew it. The recent earthquake was his doing. Eldo replied that he apologized for surprising them, but he had provided them with the necessary space. Jeckum said that getting rid of that big rock was what was expected of him. Eldo looked at the Count and said that he would rely on him from now on. Migas replied that yes, leave the matter to him. He would cover as large a scale as possible. Eldo said that there was one thing to be wary of. The Count looked at him in surprise. Eldo said that breeding Berdana will attract monsters to that place. The Count began to listen with interest. Eldo said that Taiyamaim has its own peculiarity. When absorbing magic, it attracts other monsters to itself. The Count asked, "That's how it is." This means that it can't be done without, for example, placing fighters there. Eldo said that in general, not only will it attract nearby monsters there, but the probability of boss-class monsters appearing there is not zero. Eldo added that if anything happened, he should be informed immediately. The Count said that he was very grateful to him. They needed fighters. He would also look for those he already had in mind. The owner said that he would try to create people with the power of the fire spear from the lower ranks. They can be counted on the fingers. Eldo asked in surprise that it was Maria. The guy thought that indeed Maria, who remembered the skills and became a hero, is strong. If lower ranks like her come to the Migas camp, it will be of great help. He continued to reason that Miria was targeting the aristocracy. Opposing Georges here was practically useless, since he was the most influential person in the guild, and the entire country was on his side. Eldo decided it was best not to get his hopes up. Mija said that, whatever the case, they had agreed on each other's duties. Eldo said yes, full speed ahead. After some time, they built a plantation of Berdana. At the same time, a water source was prepared for the plantation of Taiyamaim. The cultivation is going well. Hunting grounds. Here comes the hunt for monsters attracted by the Berdana. Place for processing medicinal plants. Here is the processing of medicinal plants and the production of medicines. Eldo was talking to a guy named Saibin. Eldo said in admiration that these were amazing devices. Who would have thought that the Count could do so much? The guy added that if production were carried out on such a scale, it would perhaps allow pressure to be put on Georges. Sabin replied with a smile that, of course. He added that he also understood that only those who spared no effort in response to the request of Count Migas had gathered here. Eldo thought that Sabin had previously been a hand-to-hand fighter of the lowest rank, fighter. Sabin thought that he used to be an adventurer, but he was abandoned when the team encountered a powerful monster. After that, he kept his life, but something in his heart was broken. The boy continued to reason that he had lost his source of income. and was almost dying when he was suddenly saved by Count Magus. He received a plot of land from the Count and was reborn, becoming a peasant. Everyone gathered here now feels indebted to Count Magus, and the Count, in turn, has once again trusted them. Eldo told him that he came here to meet Count Magus. The guy asked Simon if he knew where the Count was. The guy said yes. He was probably at the processing site. He was holding a meeting there on the issue of drug circulation. Eldo thanked him for his help. Eldo went inside the building and saw the Count. He asked if this was a processing place. Magus answered that it was. The guy began to examine everything carefully. He thought they had pots to grind the berdana. They were working hard here, but they couldn't get production going at this rate. He thought they were probably using up all the precious berdana. Eldo continued to reason that if it was such a scale, then they should be able to prepare as much berdana as they wanted. Then they would need to make a proposal about the possibility of switching to a priority of speed and work. Eldo looked at the boxes of bottles. A man approached him and said that this was today's portion of the finished medicine. The man bowed and introduced himself as Ver. The man said that he was assigned to manage and supervise the drug production here. He was pleased to meet Eldo. Ver added that he had learned of his energetic activity from Mr. Mayak. He asked them both to go into the room. They went inside and saw the man with Zekum. The man greeted Eldo. The boy asked if he was from the guild. He replied that he was indebted to him for Fiesta. He was also against the discrimination based on occupation that Lord Georges had introduced. The man added that he would take part in their case and act in the shadow of Magus's group. Eldo asked what it really was. Ver said that he would now tell everything about the cure. He began to explain that with the current production, the medicines will be in every store and in every place. The main thing is that they will be stored in the warehouses of the trading company Maxia. Ver continued to say that this way, a situation arises where they can be sold at any time. Eldo asked what it means. It would be possible to start supplying residents with medicines at a cheap price. Eldo said that was understandable. He asked if they wouldn't end up like Georges. Ver replied that given who they were dealing with, Georges would demand unfair price increases. Magus said that yesterday he received advice from a well-wisher from the aristocracy. He refused to make a deal with Georges. However, immediately after that, his wife fell ill. The Count added that they then came again and went even further in their terms. They told him to become Lord Georges' subordinate. Then they would sell the medicine. Magus told him that their medicine was ready and gave him 1 bottle. Eldo said that they were using coercive methods. The Count said yes. He added that they probably didn't know where they were moving, so maybe they could strike first and crush them. Eldo thought that from Georges' perspective, such measures were probably unnecessary. He continued to reason, which Georges probably noticed. They brand those who should occupy the highest ranks. However, if the highest ranks now, having honed their skills and gained enough experience, advance in development, then they will be very strong. Thus, Magus' side has attracted many high-ranking allies. In addition, he and Miria are very much talked about. Georges is afraid of contracts from those forces from the lower ranks that the Count commands. Eldo realized that soon they would threaten Magus' life. The boy asked the Count if they had already given him the terms of the replacement. Magus replied that no. He believed that they needed to keep themselves within limits. Eldo said that reasoning stops them. Politics and strategy are his duties. His duty is to protect him and everyone else. He wants to share information about an opportunity. Eldo said loudly that Count Magus would probably be attacked soon. Those people who trained with Georges called the Garden of Despair. Everyone looked at him in surprise.